which are certainly favored to do, they will go to top of the group. They've already dealt with their business between them and Monroe, beating Monroe, causing a major shift there, which we'll get onto. And they've also somewhat dealt with their business with STETHS, getting that 0-0 draw, which was very impressive, and it has led them to be in a position to advance, especially advance atop the group if they are to win out the rest of their games. So it's going to be a highly, I won't say pressure in terms of BB Coke, but they'll definitely know that they need to win these games, and I'm sure they'll have the confidence to do so.
Yeah, and as you did mention, it is a very, very hotly contested Zone E. I'll just take you through the current standings. As I did say, Magotay currently lead. They've played 4 games. They have 7 points, as do BB Coke in second, who've played 1 less game. But Lakovia in third also have 7 points, having played the same amount of games as Magotay. Their goal difference, though, not as good at just 2 goals. And in 4th place currently is Monroe. Trailing behind them, right behind them, is STETHS. So that is really a huge game, as Monroe currently on 4 points, STETHS currently on 3 points. So our second game of this doubleheader will be absolutely fascinating to watch. And it's going to have massive implications towards the end of this group and who is going to really come out from Zone E. And then the final 2 teams, Newell High and Sydney Pagan, who will contest today. We're going to just take a short break here, and then we'll come back with both teams walking out. Back after this.
That's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out, so send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
Are just now moments away from kickoff here at STETHS. It's Sydney Pagan versus BB Coke. Referee for this game, Doyen Tommings from Clarendon. Assistant referees are Keone Denton and Oral Wright, with the 4th official being Melvin Reed. For BB Coke, their next game after this will be taking on Newell High. And as Leger said, this games like these against teams that are not as strong as your Monroes, your STETHS, your Maggotays, that you have to take advantage and win. Speaking of STETHS, Sydney Pagan's next game is against St. Elizabeth Technical High School. But we'll shift gears to our big match here. BB Coke with a chance to go top of Zone E. Sydney Pagan looking for their first win of the season and looking to play spoiler here.
And spoiler is a perfect word, because BB Coke certainly, I'm sure, are riding high, a lot of confidence, looking to push on, looking to advance from this group, possibly atop it. But Sydney Pagan have a great chance to be the great upsetters here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Moments away from kickoff now.
And it is going to be Sydney Pagan kicking us off. It's going left to right on your screen. And they will certainly be looking to get out to a fast start here if they have any chance of providing the upset. On the way here, as they immediately go back, and BB Coke off right from the off, pressing at the front and now looking to drive down this left wing, but it's a good challenge initially. Good defending from Sidney Pagan, but it's still in play. BB Cook get the ball into the box. It's a fairly dangerous one. It's into a good area and they've kept it in here at the back post. The keeper left it. And it's going to be an early corner kick for BB Cook. Pressure from the off.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they'll need to do. They'll need to put a lot of effort into getting the overwhelming advantage early in this contest. They'll know that the onus is on them to win. They will need to show that they need it, show that they want this win. Sidney Pagan, they have been overwhelmed by other teams in the group before. BB Cook will know that it's their turn now.
Corner kick comes in on the header. He was just going backwards there, couldn't really generate both the power and the direction. And it's going to be an early goal kick for Sidney Pagan. And just touching on that press, in an interview, coach for BB Cook, Fitzroy and Bursley, said that they have to keep a high press right throughout the entire game and play consistent. So could be looking forward to seeing much more of this as the wind is absolutely howling here at STETHS. Goal kick didn't get very far and Sidney Pagan put on the pressure once again, but this time they get clear and they look to drive down this left side. Ball in behind, and it's a clattering challenge from really both centre backs crowding out the striker, and BB Cook can blast it forward and he could get on the end of this here. It's good pace shown from BB Cook. Can he beat his man? Good first touch, better second touch. He's into the box, pulls it back. Oh, he's just slipped at the crucial moment and it allowed Sidney Pagan defenders to be able to crowd him out, and now they can get clear, but that second clearance was skewed. Eventually turns into a half decent pass and Sidney Pagan now can look to play out.
You're already seeing the intent from BB Cook, as we mentioned, not only in the high press but their willingness to advance the ball as quickly as possible. Of course, goal difference could be a big factor in this group as well. So far, BB Cook haven't quite scored many, I would say.
Indeed.
Only 5 from their 3 games, albeit 2 of those games coming against Monroe and STETHS and Magate, who are technically, quite rightly so, atop the group at this current moment. So 3 tough games to begin with. So maybe this is a chance for their attackers to fill their boots and really pile on the goals, because Sidney Pagan, they have received some pretty heavy defeats.
That they have conceded 4 on multiple occasions. As we mentioned pre-game, 20 goals conceded already by Sidney Pagan. So BB Cook and Fitzroy and Bursley will surely have gotten into his charges and told them, listen, try and get some goals to your name, run up the goal difference a bit, and see if you can also just build some confidence going into your following games. And here they once again look to come forward. That's a gorgeous switch of play if you can keep it in. It was a brilliant ball, and now BB Cook down this right hand side. Good bit of skill, good burst of pace, but it's better defending that time just to shepherd him out.
Yeah, and it's very, while doing the research, I realized that there's Coach Ambersley of BB Cook. But while doing the research, I realized something very interesting. Sidney Pagan, they've lost all 4 of their games so far. One of them is an 8-0 loss to Monroe. But their other 3 losses against Lacovia, Magate, and Newell all came by the scoreline of 4-1.
I mean, they'll be hoping that they escape without continuing that record. Hopefully for them it's not a 4-1 today, but certainly you have to expect goals here, as once again it's just looking for that slide rule ball in behind, but well intercepted by Sidney Pagan initially, and then the further clearance is a good one, but it's only as far as the BB Cook defense, and now they can look to build once more. Good touch inside there, just looking to drive away, and he glides past both defenders, but the pass in behind was a poor one, poorly executed, and it's gone out for a BB Cook throw.
Sidney Pagan already having to defend pretty deep in this game.
And it's a long throw in, cleared away at the first time of asking by Sidney Pagan. Good bit of seal there just to evade the press. And then once again, now looking to drive themselves forward, but again, they just cannot seem to escape the BB Cook pressure. And can they finally build something substantial going forward? A bit of argy-bargy in the middle of the pitch, and it's going to actually be a Sidney Pagan free kick. A foul by BB Cook. The first opportunity from a set play for Sidney Pagan to try and get the ball forward, get up the pitch, and take on some territory in the BB Coke half.
Yeah, because what we've seen so far is that not many slick passes, not much slick interplay between the Sydney Pagan players. I'm sure they'll be looking to try their best to, as you said, get some territory and maybe get some attacks going.
As now they will be looking to come forward. It's a good challenge there, but BB Coke still on it. Good attempted ball in behind, but that time it was once again cut out well by Sydney Pagan, who, to be fair to them, in the initial opening 5 minutes of this game, they've defended pretty well, haven't really allowed anything clear cut, looking well structured. And now they'll be looking to attack BB Coke, but once again they just easily get it out of play. Out for a Sydney Pagan throw deep inside the half of BB Coke, and with the wind swirling as strong as it is, a long throw here or corner kicks throughout this game will be a massive factor. The throwing is taken short though.
They still have the opportunity to get it in the box.
That they do, and it was a low cross which was initially blocked away. Still battling for it on this left side, and he's come away with it, and he does get the ball into the box, but there's really nobody that far into the box, and it was quite overhit, that cross. Sydney Pagan trying to win it back high up the pitch, and they nearly do, but eventually BB Coke sort themselves out of the back. But just shortly here, as Sydney Pagan once again is good pressure into the box here. Oh, it's a lovely drop of the shoulder, trying to beat his man, and eventually BB Coke do defend it well and get it out of play.
And I think we're already seeing the theme of this contest. Sydney Pagan not quite as easy on the eye as other teams, but certainly scrappy. Did mention earlier that they did lose 3 of their games by 4 goals to 1, but one thing to note, they did score in all of those games, so they usually tend to leave with something at the very least.
But this time they lose the ball initially and then get it out of play, so it's going to be a BB Coke throw on this far side. Throwing taken down the line, trying to challenge for a header. It's a bit of a bundle in the middle, and it's Sydney Pagan once again that come away with it, and that final ball just isn't quite there at the moment, because they had an opportunity if they just picked a more accurate pass to get in behind BB Coke. That time it did go harmlessly out for a throw-in, which is taken upfield, but once again Sydney Pagan looking to defend, and once again Sydney Pagan winning a free kick in a fairly dangerous position here.
Yeah, they're the ones piling on some pressure now. BB Coke struggling to get out of their own defensive third. And you did mention the wind, especially from this end, could cause a lot of problems. So a good delivery could certainly do that.
And the ball into the box is a fairly decent one. BB Coke's keeper looks to come out. He wasn't exactly confident, but he dealt with it in the end. And BB Coke can scoop it clear before Sydney Pagan just blast it back out, and it's going to be a BB Coke goal kick. Not much just yet for Rano Douglas in the BB Coke goal to deal with, but similarly not much for his counterpart in Blue Eva. Goal kick taken short, and now eventually they look to go long, and it goes straight out of play. Gonna be another throw-in. Not too much exciting attacking play thus far. Teams just looking to feel each other out at the moment. It's going to be out for another throw. I mean, once again, coming into this game, Coach Ambrose did say that the environment would be very hot, hotly contested match, but they will cope with it. And also said that based on their objectives, what they were at the beginning of the season, that he thinks that they've been doing fairly well. And I mean, if you ask me, or as well, Leger would say that they have been doing extremely well this season, BB Coke.
Yeah, they have. May have surprised quite a few people, but it has been coming, and they have been a pretty stable team when it comes on to what they've been producing in schoolboy football. Of course, going back to their greatest hour so far, 2019 winning the Ben Francis Cup.
There's a ball in behind here for BB Cook, and they could be looking to build yet another attack. Oh, it's brilliant play. Drifts away from one tackle and away from the second. He's into the box, plays it across, and it's 1-0 to BB Cook. That is absolutely fantastic play. Initially, it was Otis Powell down the left side. Skinned two defenders, played a beautiful ball across the box, and it was played home with aplomb. It's BB Cook 1, it's Sydney Pagan 0.
Yeah, initially thought that he might not have gotten the opportunity to get his shot off, and he was crowded out in the end, but still had the fleet-footedness and the awareness to set up a teammate. And it was a lovely finish in the end, a powerful one, essentially into the roof of the net. And BB Coke, they have been under the cosh a bit in this game, but as soon as they got on the attacking end, they certainly made Sydney Pagan pay. They're up 1-0 after 11 minutes.
And like you said, the finish was a truly stunning one. First time, opened his body up and just blasted it into the top left corner, but the play on the left from Otis Powell, quite fantastic. Left 3 players in his wake and laid it off beautifully. And as we take another look at this, lovely ball over the top, in behind for Powell, just breezed past one, then past 2 more, played it across, fantastic play, and the finish from Brian Stevenson, calm as you like. Throw in taken by Sydney Pagan as they will be looking to mount a response here. Bit of miscommunication in the midfield, but they eventually try to get clear. But once again, it's an opportunity for the counter-attack for BB Coke, and it's more pace down the left side. It's brilliant play. Looks to beat his man once again, and he does. He's got support on the right side. Finds them. Well, still numbers in the box, but good defending that time from Sydney Pagan, learning from their mistakes.
I'm not quite sure if they're learning, because Otis Powell still has so much space down that left-hand side, and he's certainly emerging as the danger man for BB Coke early. Seemingly can beat these players at their will.
There's another ball down the left side this time. Oh, Powell is still there actually. Flag eventually does go up, as it did look offside to the naked eye, so that time, timing just a bit off with his run.
Yeah, not quite sure if he got back in time, and he didn't, says the assistant referee on that side. But certainly proving to be a thorn in the side of Sydney Pagan in the opening exchanges.
Yeah, and it's seemingly everything coming down this left side thus far, and for Sydney Pagan, that's exactly what you didn't want to happen if you're coach Simon Pike. Would not want to concede an early goal to this BB Coke side, who, as you said, haven't scored that many, but certainly for their confidence, an early goal would do wonders.
Yeah, only the 6th goal of their season so far from BB Coke, this in their 4th game. I think their strength has been in their defense. 2 clean sheets so far.
That it has, as once again the defense doing its job, coming across very strongly. But it's going to be another opportunity potentially for Sydney Pagan to get the ball into the box here.
Yeah, and cause some danger. Spoke earlier about how scrappy in nature they are in attack. Just a team that likes to prey on any loose ball in and around the area. So BB Coke has to be on their P's and Q's if they're going to escape from this attacking scenario.
Out-swinging corner kick comes in. It's a heavy delivery, and it misses everyone in a blue and yellow jersey, and it goes straight out for a BB Coke throw. That one is poor.
Yeah, saw the idea of what he intended to do, playing that one to the back post, but was about to say we don't have too much time to dwell as BB Coke were on a transition, but decent defending initially.
And they've still got it here, BB Coke looking to come forward, as Sydney Pagan weren't really getting numbers back quickly enough. And BB Coke flooded forward, and now it's a chance up the other end for Sydney Pagan potentially on the counter-attack. Down the left side, isolated. Oh, it's a brilliant bit of play to beat his man. Can he keep it in? And he just, I think, ran it out. The referee agrees that time. But some promising play on that left side for Sydney Pagan.
Yeah, and that's the side that they have favoured. Both teams really favouring their left side as the ideal mode to attack. BB Coke so far just executing much better.
As Ambersi there, just looking to instruct his charges from the sidelines. And it's another long ball in behind, and it's another bit of play where the Sydney Pagan defense have been opened up, and that is surely going to be a red card as he takes his man down quite cynically. The referee does lose his card, but it is going to be a sending off here for Sydney Pagan. And I mean, it just goes from bad to worse for the boys in blue, as BB Coke will have a golden opportunity to make it 2-0 here, but more pertinently, they're a man down here, Sydney Pagan.
Yeah, that referee blunder just delayed the inevitable, really. Red card going the way of Sydney Pagan. And again, it was the pace in behind of BB Coke. Long pass over the top, and I think the wind might have aided this one, but also some very poor marking. Not quite sure why he would have decided to do that. I think in this instance, you have to allow the player to test your goalkeeper. If he scores, he scores. But now you've just put your team in a very precarious situation. Already a goal down, now a man down, and you've also presented a very good opportunity right at the top of the box, a free kick for a team that wants to score plenty of goals against you. It's going to be it might be a pretty long afternoon here for Sydney Pagan.
Morris to take the free kick, and he just wants to dink it over the wall. It's a decent effort, but it was comfortable in the end for Sydney Pagan's goalkeeper, and it was from Brian Stevenson for BB Coke, who was running away in behind, who scored the first, and he thought surely in his mind he would have been thinking, how am I going to celebrate this second goal? But in the end, it was really a rash challenge from a Sydney Pagan point of view, and instead of being 2-0 down, you're 1-0 down and a man down, which in the end I think is going to be a very, very tall ask for Sydney Pagan to come away with anything positive from this game, because in the end, for the opening 15 minutes, it already looked extremely open at the back, and now, as you see again, the three defenders who all look quite bundled together. There's so much space for BB Coke if they can exploit it and make the switch here.
Yeah, look at that right hand side, players streaming forward.
Oh, it's a good ball in behind, decent defending initially from Sydney Pagan, but BB Coke still have numbers forward. Cut it back to the edge of the box, played across further, and they still have it. Just that numerical superiority, but a good challenge initially from Sydney Pagan. But again, right back under the cosh here. It's a bit of, well, it's good defending in the end that time from Sydney Pagan to eventually get the ball clear.
Yeah, by hook or by crook. I know, Lyle, it's quite funny. I think we've seen quite a few red cards so far in schoolboy football this season. And I feel like every time we see one, we say...
Just take a break here as the ball in behind. Sorry, Leger, to interrupt you, but again, Sydney Pagan just seem to be wide open there.
Yeah, there really are defensive issues, and they haven't been made any better by that red card. But that brings me to my point that every red card we've seen, we've uttered the words, that's about as obvious as it gets. And I feel like every single next one we see turns it up a notch. And that red card we saw today, well, a couple of minutes ago, certainly was the most obvious one we've seen this season.
As a corner kick comes in, it's an in-swing, it's a decent delivery, head around on the back post, right across the face of the box. Sydney Pagan get it clear initially. BB Coke still have it, lovely drop of the shoulder there. And BB Coke look to take the shot. It's a good save by the keeper. The rebound coming in though. Oh, it's a fantastic strike. Blasted into the back of the net. And BB Coke take a 2-0 lead here at STETHS. And it's just going from bad to worse for Sydney Pagan. Just 19 minutes play. It's BB Coke 2, Sydney Pagan 0.
And it's a danger man again. Otis Powell already showing what he can do in a creative sense, but this time showing what he can do as a predator in that box. Much more composure shown by BB Coke, and it was a decent save to begin with. Did push it out of danger, but one man who was much more alert than everyone else was Otis Powell. And again, that finish off that rebound, so powerful, so accurate. And Sydney Pagan, less than 20 minutes in, they're 2-0 down to BB Coke.
Yeah, and it was Tevon Morris's initial strike. Didn't have much power behind it, but well placed, and the keeper had to parry it wide, and that afforded the opportunity to Powell to fly in and make his mark. And again, BB Coke will be looking to come forward, and again they've got so much space on this right side. Can it be a third here for BB Coke? One-on-one, and he looks to do the step overs and then fire it away at goal, but that time there was not much power behind the strike. Easy as you like for the Sydney Pagan goalkeeper.
Yeah, but the pressure is starting to tell. I think BB Coke are showing all of their superiority, not only the numerical one in terms of having a man up, but their technical superiority as well in and around the box.
Yeah, and Sydney Pagan, as we said, still a very young school in terms of the Da Costa Cup. Only their 5th season in the competition, and they've always really struggled to make their mark, and this season those struggles definitely continuing as BB Coke will look to ease their way through the rest of this first half and indeed the rest of the game. But here's another opportunity to attack. It's a brilliant through ball. He's got support in the box. He looks to dink it across, but that time he just couldn't get enough on that cross, O'Brien Stevenson, to get it into the box for the arriving Powell. But nonetheless, BB Coke right back in possession, and there's acres of space in the midfield here. Powell looks to take the strike on. Oh, it was a fantastic effort, and the goalkeeper had to be sure. And I'll tell you what, Otis Powell, he's in some mood today.
Yeah, certainly putting on a show so far. Already got his first of the day, his second of the of the season. The first was a penalty against Magoti. Scored from open play today, and certainly doesn't look like he's finished.
As the corner kick comes in, header again by Powell. It could fall to a BB Coke body, but instead it's cleared well by Sydney Pagan. Again though, BB Coke on it once more. Still have enough bodies forward, but all 9 outfield players behind the ball for Sydney Pagan. And I mean, at this point, as a coach, there's still so much space in behind for BB Coke. It's a simple pass, and they've opened up the defense. Now Sydney Pagan looking to get back, but again, space on the edge of the box for BB Coke. Another strike coming in, blocked well, and eventually barely cleared by Sydney Pagan, but I think it's going to be a handball there against BB Coke. But again, Leger, there is so much space.
Yeah, and we can see pretty clearly why, well, Sydney Pagan have now conceded 22 goals in their opening, 4 games and 23 minutes. And they'll get a little bit of a reprieve now as we'll have the water break. If it's one thing you know about St. Elizabeth is that the temperatures and the weather generally, it only deals with extremes. We do have some sunshine today, so I can guarantee it is pretty hot out there. Hopefully the rains that we saw yesterday stay away, because we have a mouth-watering clash after this game. A real derby in these parts. St. Elizabeth Technical High School taking on Monroe in what will be an absolutely crucial game for both teams, especially seeing this result. BB Coke heading to the top of the group, that's Zone E in the Da Costa Cup, if results were to stand. Monroe in quite a dire situation at current. They need to win. STETHS, they need to win. Both teams have a lot of work to do, and you're going to see it all play out here on CVM TV, live and exclusive. But first, you're going to see Sydney Pagan and their head coach giving some instructions to his players, and oh boy, Lyle, do they need it.
Yeah, and I mean, for Simon Pipe, what on earth do you tell your players at this point? Because looking on from the sidelines, he must be seeing the same things that we are on. BB Coke, with all the space that they have to operate, all the quality that they have on this front line, they'll be itching to get back on the pitch, get play back on the way, and get some more goals. Because as I said, in terms of goal difference, coming into this game, BB Coke were still 3 goals behind Monroe on goal difference. But that looks to be by the end of today, they may well overturn that goal difference by some margin, and should, well, we're already looking towards the end of this game, which may be a bit premature, but should BB Coke end up winning this game, they would go on to 10 points, 5 points clear of both STETHS and Monroe. And it's going to be a free kick here for Sydney Pagan as play is back on the way. Referee just making a check to ensure Sydney Pagan player is A-OK, and that he is. Actually wasn't a free kick, just I checked for a head injury, I believe. It's a drop ball for BB Coke, who get us back on the way. Looking to play out from the back here, BB Coke, and nearly played themselves into some danger, but in the end, in a flash, they've turned it into a potential attack, but that time, Sydney Pagan did fairly well to defend it, and in the end, the referee saw an infringement, so it's going to be a free kick to Sydney Pagan.
Yeah, that defender did very well in that instance, showed a lot of pace initially, and then some strength to hold off his marker. BB Coke consistently pushing 3 to 4 players forward on that last line. And so far, Sydney Pagan, as we've learned, can't handle what BB Coke are throwing at them.
And I mean, just looking across the Costa Cup this season, we have seen thus far some truly outstanding teams in terms of their performances. Of course, Manning's continuing to dominate Zone C. 3 wins thus far, 22 goals, none conceded. Monroe College also doing well in Zone A. Teams like Manchester High as well, dominating their zone, Zone F. Glenmuir doing very well. 3 wins from 3 for them. Can BB Coke look to get some confidence here and potentially go forward and establish themselves as one of these teams to watch going into the next round of the Costa Cup, as it's offside against BB Coke here?
Yeah, and I would say for practically a little over half a decade, they have been one of those teams that have just been teetering in that tier right below the elites, one might say, of the Costa Cup of rural area schoolboy football. They did surprise many in 2019 when they won their first title, first and only title in schoolboy football, beating Garvey Maceo in that Ben Francis Cup final. That was a huge moment for their school, for their football program. Won that game on penalties, of course, following a 2-2 result.
As they nearly came forward, but in the end the ball is well behind for BB Coke's goalkeeper.
At the time, they were coached by Kemar Ricketts, who coincidentally left to go and coach Monroe, was sacked earlier this season after one game, after a loss to guess who but his old school themselves, BB Coke. So a lot has been happening for BB Coke generally.
And you saw them nearly come away with an attack there, but referees just blown against Otis Powell there for a foul. It was just a stray arm that time. The Sydney Pagan player who's gone down. Hopefully he'll be A-OK, but again, it was another opportunity nearly for BB Coke to come away with it, but instead we're going to have some attention here for Otis Powell's counterpart. Let's just take another look at this here. As Powell just to come away in the air, there's the arm. Just caught Sydney Pagan player in the face. An unfortunate coming together. Not really much malicious intent there. Just tried to hold him off, but unfortunately caught him square in the face, or maybe in the eye. And now Sydney Pagan looking to just take another bit of a breather here. He's back to his feet. Play will resume with a free kick for Sydney Pagan. If you're just joining us, it's BB Coke 2, Sydney Pagan 0. Coming up on half an hour played here at STETHS. Sydney Pagan have had a man sent off for what was a quite ridiculous last man challenge. As their free kick comes into the box, they look to flick it on. BB Coke eventually get it clear, only as far as a Sydney Pagan player, but then it's cleaned up very well that time. Jamoli bent, and now BB Coke can look to stream forward once again. Use that numerical advantage. Got numbers down the right side. Looks to play it back. Skips past one tackle and then nearly another. But then more good defending from Sydney Pagan. Just using that physicality to win the ball. And he's actually done fantastically well that time. Getting it clear. Doing well to play out of the press here, Sydney Pagan. Despite being a man down, they've actually got numbers if they can work this well enough. But that final ball just had not quite enough on it. They're still battling for it on that far side, and they want to throw it.
Yeah, it's been a hard graft by Sydney Pagan. Anytime they've tried to stitch anything together in terms of the attacking end of things, I would say it's been a hard graft defensively as well, but BB Coke have generally been breezing past them as if they weren't there. Let's see if they can get anything going on the attacking side.
As the free kick taken into the box, it's a decent one. There was a player at the far side looking to collect. It's falling to Sydney Pagan though. Good ball in behind, good first touch, looking to get away from his man, but in the end he's just crowded out. There's too many bodies in red and yellow for Sydney Pagan to create much of anything, and now they can look to counter attack. Decent second touch, but that time once again it's more pretty good defending from Sydney Pagan, who, to be fair to them, since that second goal has gone in, since that cooling break actually, they've looked a lot stronger in terms of their defense. The effort level has definitely gone up. Wonder what Simon Pike told them during that break, as there's going to be a free kick here. Well, yeah, the referee does eventually call for a free kick. Was contemplating advantage, but it's going to be a BB Coke set piece from this near side.
Yeah, probably could have called on 3 or 4 occasions really. Andrea Morgan over there getting a walloping, as it will be Siobhan Lawrence to whip this one in.
Right-footed curler towards the penalty spot, and it was misjudged quite badly by the Sydney Pagan goalkeeper, but luckily for him, Powell on that far side just didn't have the pace to get to that, and the ball sailed out quite comfortably for a Sydney Pagan goal kick. Maybe that was again the wind having a major part to play, as no rain today just yet.
You shouldn't have said it live. You shouldn't have said it.
Commentators curse coming into play, and if rain does fall, I have to apologize, as BB Coke once again looked to come forward, but good defending initially, and BB Coke will reset with Siobhan Lawrence at the back.
Has got a very composed figure on the ball, Siobhan Lawrence. Very rangy as well, as you can tell,
yeah,
with those passes.
Second time today, he's just absolutely played 1 inch perfect out to that right side, and BB Cook can build an attack once again, just looking to beat his man, and he did well initially there on the far side, but again just couldn't keep it in. A bit too much on the second touch that time.
Yeah, that was Otis Powell now on that right hand side, looking to get the same joy out of his fullback as he was getting on the left.
Yeah, he's just switched with Brian Stevenson, who was enjoying his time on the right hand side when he opened the scoring here for BB Coke, and that's a brilliant bit of skill from Sydney Pagan. Left his man in his wake, and now he's won it back quite well. Oh, and the physicality to boot. They stayed on it, but a bit of physicality in return there from BB Coke, and it's going to be a Sydney Pagan throw in. As numbers now just beginning to trickle in at the St. Elizabeth Technical High School Sports Complex. As you know, it is a double header today. A second game of that double header is that big derby, as Leger said, STETHS hosting Monroe, and it's a game that has massive implications, and if either one of those teams loses that game, it will leave them in a truly precarious position going towards the second round, as once again Sydney Pagan do well to win it back, and they look to drive forward, but the numbers don't really have that much numbers in attack, Sydney Pagan, and they are going to actually make a substitution here as number 13 makes way.
Unofficially in minute 35.
And he's replaced here by Sydney Pagan's number 21. Play now back on the way. Sydney Pagan once again just looking to hold off the ball, but there was very little awareness, and it allowed Morgan that time the opportunity to steal, and he nearly won possession, but he couldn't quite do so. But again, it's good intricate play from Sydney Pagan to get away from the pressure. Once again, they're just trying to force their way through the BB Coke press. Couldn't quite build an attack from that. But they've got another opportunity with a throw in deep into the half of BB Coke.
Yeah, on the rare occasion that Sydney Pagan get into the final third, they do tend to keep the ball there for quite a bit of time. As I said, a very scrappy team, but they do have some skillful players in attack. And they have proven to be, at the very least, a small nuisance to this BB Coke defense.
As a long throw into the box was into a very, very dangerous area, but it's cleared comfortably by BB Coke, who once again will look to come away on the counter attack. Oh, lovely drop of the shoulder and pace to break away from the defense. But it's good defending. That time it was a Brian Stevenson who just tried to burn his man for pace. But the recovery defending once again from Sydney Pagan was very, very good. Throwing on this near side for BB Coke, and it was Donnie Brown who came on to replace Deshaun Brown for Sydney Pagan, as they get it clear only as far as DeMario Nephew for BB Coke, and a strike from distance. That one was high, wide, and not at all handsome from Trevane Blackwood. But again, when you're up 2 goals, when you're up a man,
confidence is high.
Exactly. Goal kick for Sydney Pagan. Which is taken short. And once again, they will look to go up this left-hand side. Nice little back heel. Nice, good bit of plays with the triangles here from Sydney Pagan, but again, they're just crowded out at the crucial moment. There's really not much opportunity for them to play through the lines, and in the end, the ball is blasted all the way back into the arms of Rihanna Douglas, who can look to throw it out wide here. Good control by Nephew. And here he is once again. In a bit of a battle is the left back. And that time he lost that battle as Sydney Pagan win the ball once again. And just in the last 10 minutes, they've looked pretty good here, as it's good play. And actually that time it's a foul from Siobhan Lawrence. So again, the attacking play from Sydney Pagan in those intricate moments. Good technical ability shown by them. And it's going to be a free kick from a very dangerous position.
Yeah, but we can see why they haven't scored many. Not that much quality in their final action, but at the same time contradictory. We can see why they have scored, because they do seem to be a very persistent attacking unit.
That they do, and we'll have another chance to analyze their set piece play, as it looks, well, I'm not sure if he wanted to shoot or cross that time, but Rihanna Douglas won't mind in the BB Coke net, as it was very comfortable for him. But his clearance could not find a player in red and yellow. But eventually, once again, BB Coke regained possession. And once again, they'll look to get the ball in behind, and this one looks like it's going to stay in. And that it has done. Numbers coming forward for BB Coke. He just tried to poke it around there. Did Powell.
Good defending in the end.
Very, very good defending. And we've been saying that quite a bit over the past 15-20 minutes for Sydney Pagan. Once again, BB Coke in that midfield area, dominating, won it back, and a ball in behind here. Opportunity once again for BB Coke. Once again, just evading challenges left and right. Now they switch it out to the right. Could shape the cross. That he does. It's a great ball into the box, but the assistance flag, excuse me, is up for offside. And Sydney Pagan escape once again.
Yeah, there would have been a save regardless. It was a very good cross coming in.
And it was good movement in the middle from Tevon Morris of BB Coke, but he just mistimed his run. But again, the opportunities are there for BB Coke on the breakaway, as Sydney Pagan, on the very rare occasions, do come forward. They're left with only 3 defenders at times. And the front 3 of BB Coke, as we've seen thus far, especially with that first goal, they match up extremely well. But Sydney Pagan do really well that time to play through the lines, and now they look to get it in behind. Again, it's a heavy pass, which affords the opportunity for the BB Coke defense to come across. and do very well to clear it. I think it was Javari Williams that time on the far side, as it was the right back doing his duties diligently. Throw in by Sidney Pagan, cleared away, not quite efficiently that time from BB Coke, and now the boys in blue and yellow will look to come forward once more. Kendall Williams, great defending. Can BB Coke mount another attack? Things have just slowed down a bit. Oh, but that's a brilliant bit of play from BB Coke, and they're away here. It's 3-on-2. Can he pick the right pass? Oh, and it just was a bit behind his player on the left here. They've still got it down. They still have numbers all over the pitch here, BB Coke. It's 5-on-3. It's the shot that comes in. And you have to say, BB Coke really from that position should have done so much better.
At least worked the keeper. It was very well worked initially from Otis Powell. His initial pass disappointing, and then when the ball eventually broke to him, not good enough, the finish. Here it is again.
Yandra Morgan there.
Coming across, good bit of skill to beat his defender, but I would say not enough conviction in the shot, but there was conviction, just lacked the accuracy.
Yeah, indeed. And Yandra Morgan was really and truly away there if the pass was just a bit more accurate. But unfortunately for him, it just forced him backwards and really and truly killed off a lot of the momentum of that attack. But BB Cook still coming forward here. Oh, lovely bit of play. But the pass coming through for the goalkeeper, who makes a bit of a mess of it. But he's bailed out by the referee's whistle.
Yeah, that was a luxurious piece of skill at the top of the box from BB Coke. Sidney Pagan at times have looked as if they're just holding on. But, I mean, they are.
Indeed they are, but you have to think it's really just a matter of time before BB Coke add to this lead. And it's actually going to be a free kick for BB Coke here for a foul against Tevon Morris. And it might have just been a stray arm that time, because from the naked eye it looked a fairly decent challenge. The referee saw otherwise, as we're going to take a look at the replay here. As Morris came across, and it may have been a stray arm. From that angle, difficult to tell, but yeah, Morris went down holding his face. Free kick was taken and cleared away by Sidney Pagan, and can they take advantage here and build a counter attack? But they've slowed it down, and now they look for that switch of play, but the numbers had already begun to flow back for BB Coke. And here they are coming forward. Ball in behind there, or attempted from BB Coke. It's going to be free kick here. Referee hasn't indicated which way it's going. It's going to be a BB Coke free kick. It's just become a bit stop-start here in this game. And we're just moments away from half-time here at STETHS. BB Coke have been, well, comfortable would be an understatement here in this game, as the ball in behind. That time it was poor from Siobhan Lawrence, who we know has the quality in his delivery. But yeah, I mean, it's been so comfortable for BB Coke. The opportunities they've had going forward against this Sidney Pagan defense, which has been porous to say the least. And I mean, you have to say that as things stand, it looks like it's going to be a totally comfortable evening for BB Coke.
Yeah, that's what the signs are pointing towards. But we still have a lot of football to be played, and Sidney Pagan have scored in 3 of their 4 Dacosta Cup games this season so far. So maybe they do have a miracle in them, but BB Coke will be looking to eliminate any idea and possibility of said miracle.
Lovely drop of the shoulder there from Shamar Deer, but he couldn't combine with Demario Nephew that time. But BB Coke almost immediately win the ball back. And once again, Lawrence again with a lovely switch of play. But that time, the recovery defending was very good from Sidney Pagan. And now here's another opportunity. Striker will be looking to just hold it up a bit. Maybe try and beat his man. And that time, poor attacking play. Just really didn't have much options. Didn't have much of a chance because there was cover defenders all over the park for BB Coke, and he's so isolated up top. And we're going to be entering 2 minutes of added time here at the end of this first half. 2 minutes potentially for BB Coke to try and mount one final attack, but that pass is a poor one. And Sydney Pagan will be looking to mount one of their own, as it's a good idea, as they had a spearman on that left side. For frustration beginning to show for Sydney Pagan's skipper. It's been a rough afternoon for them and a rough half.
And pretty much a rough season. But still some games to go. It's growing more and more likely that the end of their season will come in their next game against St. Elizabeth Technical. They won't be making it to the next round. They won't be playing the extra games after the round robin phase in the DaCosta Cup.
His nephew tried to play it through. There was no space, and can Sydney Pagan, they've actually got a decent opportunity here to come forward, but the pass had way too much on it. Attacker still has an opportunity, but it's defended very well by BB Coke, and in those moments you have to be able to take advantage of it, and there's just a real lack of execution with the final ball.
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking of which, BB Coke also lacking in execution, but they've won it back high.
They have on Powell here, just checking his run on this right side. Plays it back, and they could get a ball into the box here. Not much numbers up for BB Coke, but they've still got it. Decent bit of play there. Oh, but the defender comes across very strongly. He meant that tackle, as it was a quite dangerous one, but he won the ball in the end. And Sydney Pagan can get it clear. One more chance potentially for BB Coke to get a strike away at goal. Here, they've got a player off the pitch. They still continue here, and it's BB Coke for a third, and it is a third, and it's a quite brilliant one for BB Coke right on the stroke of half-time. The perfect time to score, the perfect time to add a third. It's BB Coke 3, Sydney Pagan 0, and you have to say that may just be game, set, and match.
Yeah, that's just BB Coke going through the gears. That was some lovely football right on the top of the box. Very, very good interplay between the players. And here it is once more. It was excellent composure first shown, and then when that pass was played through by Blackwood, Morris knew exactly what he wanted to do. Just opened his body and finessed that one low along the turf into the back of the net. And 3-0, you're right, Lyle. Should be game, set, and match for this encounter, but it's game, set, and match for the first half.
Indeed. Referee blows his whistle, and that is the end of first half action here at STETHS. It's really and truly been all BB Coke here. Goals from Stevenson, Powell, and Morris mean that the Junction Base School have a stranglehold on this game. Halftime scoreline at STETHS, it's Sydney Pagan 0, BB Coke 3.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Come on now. Ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
Every dream conquered is another dream gained. I land and I fly again like a jet plane.
I've got highlights here from the first half. Cindy Pagon versus BB Coke. 3-0 at halftime. Here was some early action shots throughout the game. First half goals were quite brilliant ones from a BB Coke perspective. As you see, it has been a hotly contested battle at STETHS. Morris took a shot there, good save, but flying in was Otis Powell on the rebound to tap it in to not quite a vacated net. The keeper did well to recover, but Morris's finish was a brilliant one. That was the second goal of the game. Here was the crucial moment, the red card for Sidney Pagon, and it was such a rash challenger. Brian Stevenson was away, clear in on goal, and it was one of the easiest red cards the referee will have ever given, as it was clear as day. He denied the goal scoring opportunity. And it was a ball here out wide for Otis Powell, who was the star man in that first half. Skips past one challenge and then past two more, played it across the box for an easy finish for Brian Stevenson. That was the opening goal of the game, and that was the moment where we really knew that Otis Powell was in quite the mood this afternoon, as it was such calm, leisurely play at times. Powell that time with a brilliant strike. Good save from the keeper. One of Sidney Pagan's few opportunities came from a set play. Ball went harmlessly back to the goalkeeper. Here was another opportunity for Powell down the right side of a counter attack. His strike though going well high off the bar, and this was the third goal. Good play in the midfield to skip away from challenges. Brilliant assist that time from Trevain Blackwood, but the finish was even better from Tevon Morris, and it's 3-0 BB Coke. First half stats from STETHS. BB Coke dominating in every single facet. 9 shots to 1, 6 shots on target. They have committed more fouls. It has been a hotly contested game. 10 fouls in all. Of course, that red card for Sidney Pagan has been huge for this game. 2 corners to 1 for BB Coke and 60% of possession. And you have to assume that is going to continue going into this second half. And we're going to now go to Jenny Robinson, who's on the ground with some halftime interviews.
Hello to our viewers just joining us. We're at halftime, and I'm your host, Janae Robinson. Some of you may know me as the Sports Girl. Well, we're at the St. Elizabeth Sports Complex, and I'm here with the backbone of the BB Coke football team, Mr. Brown, the team manager. And you spoke to me about a lot of investment being made into the program at BB Coke. Talk to me a little bit more about it.
Definitely. For the last season, we had a little hiccup season, right? We lost our coach to Monroe. We went back to the drawing board. Previously 2 seasons before that, we went to the quarterfinal stage, and we're just looking to build on what we have. We have installed Fitzroy Ambrose as our head coach, and he has been doing marvelous things there, and we're backing him. The principal is here with us. She has given us the financial backing, and the town of Junction has been backing us as well, and we're just moving the program forward. We'll take it 1 game at a time. Currently, we are on top, and at the end of this round, we intend to be on top.
Well, you've heard it, a lot of what I'd call it positive affirmation for BB Coke, but of course you heard about their principal. She's here with me, Mrs. Gallimore Stoner. How important is the sports program at BB Coke, and how do you balance it with academics?
So the sports program is very, very important. It gives our students an opportunity to showcase their talent, and you know, sports, you can get so much opportunities through sports. So we are happy that as a school we can provide our youth with this opportunity. In balancing the sports through our programs, we have in our summer school program, some of our boys were involved in that program where they attend classes, tutoring to assist them with their academics, and that is something that the head coach, Mr. Ambers, will take on that role himself to guide them, to provide assistance with them with their work as well. And teachers are also on board where that is concerned.
Well, the big things happening at BB Coke. And before we go, I need you to leave me with a prediction score. You guys are 3-0 up to Sidney Pagan, so I don't know how much more goals you're going to score, but give me a prediction.
Well, Mr. Chamber, gas counselor.
Ooh.
And as I said, we are going to watch. We're going for 7-0. The big boys are coming out now. The big boys are coming out now. You guys want the points and they're okay.
Okay, well guys, there's a lot of comments being made. I hear the big boys are coming onto the pitch right now, so if you're just joining us, you're going to want to stick tuned to the next half of this encounter. It's BB Coke versus Sidney Pagan. See you soon.
1 Coke. Yes. 1 Coke.
Yo, Josh.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
For them also, immediately within a minute, they got their first goal. Kyle Chen, left-footed effort, free at the back post. And Vauxhall players being free in the box would become a theme of this encounter. That was the first, then we would see the second. Penalty won by a standout player today, Giovanni Cummings, and dispatched powerfully to give Vauxhall a 2-0 lead. They would keep on going, keep on attacking. They would win a second penalty. Kyle Chen winning. Cummings saved. Javon Wilson, excellent save to deny Vauxhall getting a third, but he couldn't do too much more about the other 5 that went in. Kyle Chen again, his second of the game, his third of the season. easy finish. And then after that, the floodgates were officially open. Captain Gentles with an excellent attempt, followed in by number 10, Richardo Walker, getting the first of his 2 goals. He wouldn't have to wait too much longer for his second. There it was, 5-0, right on the stroke of halftime. Vauxhall would start the second half just as how they ended the first. Very good goal by Jethorn Jones. And then the pick of the bunch here. Excellent finish coming in from Ingleton. Powerful strike, that one. Spanish Town would test eventually, forcing a very good save out of Coke. But Vauxhall too strong. Excellent pass from Cummings. And then a very nonchalant finish coming in from Stewart. And speaking of nonchalance, Ingleton giving that one away. Unable to make the tackle. And then a consolation goal coming.
Yo, friend, you're the voice of Alliant to represent for CVM tapping. Me and the girl, them bubblegum.
To the home of STETHS, the St. Elizabeth Technical High School Sports Complex, where it's the first game of our doubleheader here live on CVM TV. At halftime, it's Sydney Pagan 0, BB Coke 3 in what was a truly dominant first half showing from the boys from Junction. And if you're just joining us, Sydney Pagan not only 3 goals down, but also a man down, as they had a red card in that first half to their centre back Jordan Johnson. And I mean, in that first half, Leger, there was really and truly, it was all one-way traffic.
Yeah, it really was. Sydney Pagan at times tried their best to pile on some pressure, get some territory, as you would have mentioned in that first half. But generally speaking, BB Coke really showed their dominance, showed that they're the better team, and they have a big incentive to go top of the group when it's all said and done after this game. And they're certainly striving to do that now. They also will be making 2 changes with their number 9 and their number 7 coming on. 2 more attacking players, Jonoy Webb and Jimbo Campbell. We did hear halftime that the big boys were coming on now, so just from the size of these lads, they really are the big boys. And let's see the skill and ability that they have as well to really pile on the goals and pile on the pressure, not only on Sydney Pagan, but the other teams in this ultra competitive Zone E.
Indeed, as BB Coke are set to get us back underway for this second half. Now kicking from left to right in that red and yellow kit as we are underway. And BB Coke will be looking to build on that great first half showing. As again, coming out of the second half, not much pressure on the ball initially from Sydney Pagan, but ball does go out of play for an early throw.
Yeah, especially a man down now, it's going to be relatively difficult for them to apply any pressure to BB Coke when they're trying to build their attacks. I think it's all now about damage limitation for Sydney Pagan. They've already conceded 8 in a game this season against Monroe. They've conceded 4 3 other times apart from that 8 against Lacovi, Magati and Newell. So 23 goals conceded in 4.5 games. They'll want to stem the flow of that first.
And I mean, as you'll see when Sydney Pagan, it was just pictured on your screen, when Sydney Pagan do fly forward, you can see it's really almost a game of 2 halves when it comes to the weather, because on that left side it looks quite ominous. Clear on this right side, but the clouds are starting to emerge, so the commentators' curse, if you were here for that first half, may well and truly be coming into play, as Sydney Pagan trying to hold it in their own corner flag, just alleviate some pressure. But BB Coke they're looking to come away with it, but in the end, Sydney Pagan, I think, just time wasting early on in the second half. But in the end, they've won a goal kick, which is from that position maybe the best they could have hoped for.
Not quite sure the tactic there, but in the end, it worked out positively for Sydney Pagan.
As the goal kick is taken, but it goes right to a player in red and yellow. As that strike, for a second, that may have been goal bound from the goal scorer Tevon Morris, but went well wide in the end. But the intent is there. BB Cook, they want more goals.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like a very ferocious strike. And it was, but just not accurate.
I mean, bringing on two attacking players at halftime tells you everything you need to know about the mentality of BB Cook. As they once again will come forward here. Sydney Pagan doing well to defend and looking to get it clear. And it's shepherded out well that time by Ricardo Buchanan, their captain. Throwing down the line, BB Cook just holding off the pressure. And he had to be sure there with Lawrence, but he was. And now BB Cook can look to spread an attack down this left side. It's a missed by Sydney Pagan's right. And BB Cook will look to come away with it. Oh, and the pass into the box was just a bit off target. They've still got it and they've got numbers forward here, BB Cook. Lovely cut onto his right foot. It's a little bit of intricate play in and around the box here from BB Cook. They're working it so well. It's come to Nephew on the right side. He's skipped past a challenge. It's still in the box here for BB Cook. They've still got it. And eventually, Sydney Pagan, they can't get it clear. Enter the box here is Blackwood. Out to the left side. Powell. Oh, it's a lovely turn away from the challenge. And he stayed down, but the referee, who had a good look at it, said nothing doing.
Yeah, almost a bit too patient there from BB Cook. Someone probably should have taken a shot off goal much sooner, but they have possession still and they'll look to build again.
It's Javari Williams of BB Cook looking for that switch out to the right side. Good bit of play here from the substitute Jimbo Campbell. And once again, there's very little pressure from Simon Pike's men, and BB Cook can just play it through the line so easily. And Powell's in behind again, and that time he was offside. Assistance flag is up, but again, the threat of Otis Powell is prevalent.
Yeah, Otis Powell certainly, I would assume he would have been one of the big boys that the BB Cook contingent were referring to, because he has been a threat constantly throughout this game.
Andrea Morgan just couldn't get on the end of that one.
Yeah, but this group, so intriguing, not only because of the teams involved when it comes down to Magati, BB Cook, Sydney Pagan, of course, Lacovia, a constant threat in the DaCosta Cup, Monroe and STETHS, historically two great teams in the DaCosta Cup, Newell High and Sydney Pagan also involved, but because of how the current standing and what it means in terms of how the group play will be set up, so every group in the DaCosta Cup, barring this group, Group E, Group G and Group I. Group G, I would say that's the Manchester group, having Manchester High and Bel Air Christiana. And Group I would say that's one of the Kleinland groups, the more prevalent one in a way. That's Glenmuir and Garvey Massey. I would say apart from those three groups, it's going to be the usual format, home and away. But in these three groups, including the one that we're watching today, Zone E, each team will play each other once, no home and away, and then the top four will face each other one more time in well, I guess that's a separate round robin, but they'll face each other one more time to then decide the top three leaving the group. So because of how this group is currently set up, with BB Cook surely heading to the top, Magati already starting the group pretty well, currently in first place, Lacovia starting the group pretty well, and then Monroe and STETHS currently in 4th and 5th place.
There's danger here just for a moment, but Sydney Pagan get it clear.
Currently in 4th and 5th place respectively, Monroe and STETHS.
The ball over the top has beaten the keeper, it's caught him out. And for BB Cook's Javari Williams, he almost held his arms up completely unintentional that time. It was a cross-come shot. And for Jerome Palmer in Sidney Pagan's goal, that is a moment he will surely want to forget. 51 minutes played and BB Coke have a fourth.
Yeah, here I thought that there was no danger of the ball being passed around 30 yards from goal. Javari Williams with a cross that seemingly looked like Palmer was going to deal with quite comfortably. The wind beating him. That's an ominous shot, isn't it? And it's ominous for Sidney Pagan as well because they've now conceded 4. And wow. BB Coke piling on the pressure now.
Getting from bad to worse here, and they're still coming away here. BB Coke, it's Powell once again. Good first touch. Oh, and it's just, he just couldn't pick out another player in the box with his cross. They've still got it, and that time it's a poor pass, and Sidney Pagan will finally be looking to get the ball away, and they still can't at this point. And the ball, oh, the shot comes in, and it was lashed across the face of goal by the substitute Jimbo Campbell, and it's a goal kick for Sidney Pagan. And you can take a breather.
Yeah, well, at least you can take a breather as I continue to explain how this group is set up. So currently Magatine first, BB Coke surely going to the top of the table, Lacovia in third, Monroe in fourth, STETHS in fifth. Those are 5 teams all vying to escape this group. So at the very least, one of those teams will not be advancing to the second part of the group stage, which would be to play each other one more time because the rest of the 3 teams will be eliminated. So that's already enticing within itself. And then even additionally, one more of those teams will be eliminated as only 3 can escape from the group. So there's a clump of 5 teams, BB Coke included, although they look like they will be in pretty good stead by the time that second round robin comes around. I'll pause because BB Coke are looking quite dangerous right now.
Jimbo Campbell, the substitute, trying to take on all comers, but that time he was crowded up by both Sidney Pagan defenders. It's good defending that time from Amaria Higgins.
Yeah, so BB Coke looking in good stead. Magate and Lacovia, I think, are slightly, feeling well right now. But when it comes on to Monroe and STETHS, especially, I would say Monroe, because they have already played 4 of their 6 initial round robin games. And if STETHS were to get a positive result against them today, it would put them in a very precarious place, not only to miss the second round robin of this group, but to be eliminated from the Da Costa Cup entirely in the opening group stage. That would be almost unheard of, and I think it would pretty much compound everything that we've seen from Monroe, despite the positivity rate that we saw last season. But that's just really compounding what we would have seen from Monroe practically over the last 6 decades.
Yeah, I mean, they have struggled massively this season. As Sidney Pagan are struggling massively today, and the ball over to the left-hand side. Powell once again, and he gets his second of the game. Otis Powell is running riot on Sidney Pagan. BB Coke have a 5th, and I mean, this is getting ugly for Sidney Pagan. It's 55 minutes played. It's BB Coke 5, Sidney Pagan 0.
Yeah, and Otis Powell certainly has been sterling so far in this contest. Bar none has been the best player on the pitch so far. An assist to his name as well to add on to these 2 goals. And here is the second of them. This time returning the favor of Brian Stevenson. And that's an excellent composed finish at the back post. 2 touches to compose himself. And really it's difficult to save those, and he's back on the attack again.
Here's Otis Powell. He's on a hat-trick, and he'll certainly be wanting to add a 3rd to his tally, but that time he lost out with a determination from Powell. He's won it back. Brilliant sliding challenge. BB Coke still on it. Good tackle in the midfield from Sidney Pagan, but here's Blackwood looking for the switch over the right side. Lovely first touch. And so he's fired that into the box as Yandria Morgan couldn't be controlled by his counterpart, and now Sidney Pagan, can they come away and create an attack and get a goal potentially? As Legere was alluding to earlier, they've scored in 3 of their games. All those games ended in a scoreline of 4-1, so we won't see that here, but hopefully for them they'll be able to at least get a consolation in this game. But as things stand, a man down, 5 goals down, it's not looking likely as it's good defending and good composure there from Lawrence as he gets it back, and he'll certainly be looking to clear his lines here, and he does. Just nick the ball off of Sean Clare, who has been one of the brighter sparks for BB Cook in this game. When he does get on the ball, he shows good technical ability to try and keep hold of it, but in terms of stringing attacks together, that's another brilliant ball. It's a fantastic touch from Otis Powell, looking for his hat trick. Oh, and it's just wide from Powell. The ball was brilliant, but the first touch from Powell, the second one to take it into his stride, he's in full flow right now.
Yeah, certainly in flow state currently, because he's operating at a different level to everyone else. Otis Powell again causing so much danger against Sidney Pagan, and they really can't cope over there on that left hand side. I wonder why was he switched to the right for that brief 5-minute spell. He was doing the first.
It was definitely intriguing as he swapped sides with Brian Stevenson, and I mean, for the second goal it worked out, but when he's on that left and he has an option to either cut inside on that stronger right foot and go out to the left, he's such an X factor. Silky smooth dribbling, and he's got pace to match it, and as we've seen, he certainly has finishing as well. And with just over half an hour to play, you wouldn't back against him getting his hat trick with the form that he's in currently. As Sidney Pagan actually win it back just briefly, but now can they build a counter attack? They've only got sort of 3 or 4 players coming forward at each occasion, whereas BB Cook once again flooding forward at will with numbers. Here's Javari Williams down the right side. He's got support in the box. It's slightly overhit. Can Powell keep it in? That time, not even he could do that. Goal kick for Sidney Pagan.
Sidney Pagan, I'm sure, well, I was about to say they'll be taking their time over this one, but nothing of the sort as they look to build an attack here.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, you'd assume at a stage like this, well, Simon Pike would have been hoping that his team would have just maybe taken some sting out of the game, because as things stand, the pace of this game is only benefiting BB Cook. Sidney Pagan really can't quite string more than 3 passes together in their midfield or defense, and it just leads to attack after devastating attack for BB Cook. This time it's defended well, and he's using his strength, or he's tried to there, the Sidney Pagan captain, but instead BB Cook can try and lead another attack, but in the end, once again, I mean, Ricardo Buchanan has been trying this all day, and it's really been some of the only respite they've been able to have Sidney Pagan, but he's lost it again, and BB Cook will settle onto possession. And again, ominous on that left side is the figure of Otis Powell. They tried to find him, but that time the pass from Blackwood was just a bit wayward, and Lawrence there again into the back of Clare. That time the diminutive figure of the striker did well to win it back, and now can he keep it in with his pace? It's Clare against Lawrence on this right side. Can he beat his man? He's got 2 men in the box, and I mean, that cross pretty much sums up the afternoon for Sidney Pagan.
Yeah, it does. Not the move before though, because that looked pretty promising, but in the end, nothing doing.
Yeah, and I mean, he got into such a good situation there, Sean Clare. He did well with his work rate to win the ball back, beat his man down the line, but with only sort of 1 player in the box to aim for, another one trailing behind, he didn't really have much to aim for. But the cross in the end was well wayward, and this pass is not wayward at all, as once again here's Campbell, the substitute for BB Cook, shifts it onto his left foot, pulls it back to the edge of the box. There's so much space for BB Cook, and once again here's Otis Powell, shapes to play a ball in behind, and it's well claimed by Jerome Palmer. Just look for that slide with ball there, Otis Powell, but the run from Tavon Morris didn't quite have enough pace to get on the end of that pass.
Yeah, certainly not selfish is Otis Powell, despite his, I would say, excellence in possession. Never only just looking to shoot, still looking to be a creative force. He's also looking to control this pass, which is a bit too big for him.
Yeah, and the switch of play from Javar Williams, asking too much of his mercurial winger. But again, we've only seen for moments where BB Coke have sort of just played the ball amongst themselves, kept possession really and truly. Every time they get the ball, immediately they're on the attack. And certainly you have to assume for Fitzroy and Bursey that has to be sort of a main instruction to his charges, as Lawrence loses out here and Sidney Pagon can potentially build an attack with Claire. But again, BB Coke with numbers getting back. But as I was saying, I mean, you have to assume that Fitzroy and Bursey, the BB Coke coach, has told his charges, listen, you have an opportunity here, go out, get some goals, build up your goal difference. You're going to be going top of the group at the end of this game. Get some goals behind you and try and ensure that your lead is secured. As the throw-in is taken, cleared away well by BB Coke, but it's going to be another throw-in deep into BB Coke territory. Sidney Pagan throw. Throw-in taken long into the box. It's a bit of a mix-up there by Morris, but it's cleared away at the second time of asking, and the shot is going to come in from distance, and it wasn't troubling anyone at all. And it's another opportunity for a BB Coke counter-attack. Oh, Campbell does so well that time. He's still got it, using his pace brilliantly. He's got support in the box. Numbers coming back for Sidney Pagan, and the cross. I mean, at his near post, Jerome Palmer did not look assured at all, and indeed he's given away a corner kick.
Yeah, it's quite strange because he did look relatively assured in that first half. Obviously conceded 3 goals, so I say relatively, but I think for the most part he looked pretty good. And then in the second, so far, 1 howl, and then they're making a meal of something that looked pretty innocuous.
As it's going to be Yandria Morgan on this left side. As you can see, wind continuing to howl, clouds continuing to swirl. Corner kick comes in, free header, and it's wide that time from Otis Powell. I believe it was again at the back stick, and just notch it up as another attack for BB Coke. This time it's one that hasn't resulted in a goal. And again, Sidney Pagan take the goal kick quickly. They haven't even gotten a chance to settle, have their defenders, before Jerome Palmer has tried to boot it long. And I mean, you're just inviting pressure onto yourself at every occasion. Here is Blackwood. Over once again to Javari Williams. BB Coke comfortably in possession. Williams looking for the ball over. It's gonna skip past one man, find its way to Powell. He pulls it back. Stevenson. Back to Morris. Edge of the box. It's a strike that comes in. It was Trevane Blackwood that time who ran onto it. Got a really good connection behind it, but the accuracy was just lacking a bit that time.
And certainly had goalkeeper Palmer interested.
It's going to be another goal kick for Sidney Pagan. They pretty much, well, on a numerous amount of occasions, they've elected to go short on the goal kick, which against a team like BB Coke who like to press you high, like in this situation, there's 4 players around the ball for BB Coke, and they've been bailed out at time, Sidney Pagan, with a free kick that they will have here as the rain, the heavens just starting to open up. Fans just looking for the stands at this point.
I wonder who would have caused that one.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sidney Pagan free kick, looking to go long.
One thing I will say though is that I've done quite a few games here at St. Elizabeth Technical, and one thing I definitely will say, the rain usually comes from where would be the left of your screen, and I don't quite think I've ever seen it that dark, so I'm rooting that we'll still see a football game after this one, and hopefully there won't be too much rain, because I'm certainly looking forward to that STETHS Monroe game. But before that, we still have a game to finish here. BB Coke against Sidney Pagan, and BB Coke will be making a substitution. Tyler Johnson will be making his way on.
Tevon Morris is the player coming off, who scored that brilliant goal for BB Coke in the first half. Double substitution indeed for BB Coke. Also coming off is number 12, Yandria Morgan, and he looks to be being replaced by potentially that's number 19, Danjay Parchment. And we'll also have 2 substitutions here for Sydney Pagan. As we just confirmed, yes, it is Yandria Morgan coming off to be replaced by Danjay Parchment. And for Sydney Pagan, it's number 15, Tajay Dixon coming on. But first of all, it's number 10 as well, Caden Dennis. Or excuse me, I think that was confirmation of okay, no, we did get it right. It is Caden Dennis who's coming on in place of Kenardo Jones, and Tajay Dixon is on as well for Sydney Pagan. So some changes here, just about 7 minutes past the hour mark, and just going to see how that affects BB Coke's dominance on this game. Can they go on and add to their 5-goal lead? As we have said, that picture is quite ominous in the back. As previously you would have been able to see the mountains, the St. Elizabeth, the beautiful St. Elizabeth mountains in the back. Now it's quite grey, and we'll be hoping that if the rain does come, that it passes. Well, the rain has come, that it passes quite quickly, as BB Coke get us back underway, looking to attack on this left side. Eventually they look to recycle possession backwards. Now they play it across to their centre back. BB Coke still on it. Ball on this right side, substitute Danjay Parchment. Now they shift it left. Ball in behind once again, looking for Otis Powell. It's decent defending that time from Sydney Pagan. BB Coke once again just monopolizing the ball at the moment. 5 goals up, a man up, and an opportunity here potentially to get the ball into the box and trouble Jerome Palmer once again, who's looked a lot less assured, as Leger alluded to, in the second half.
Can't help the confidence that he would be seeing goal after goal flash by him.
Indeed, as the free kick will come in from Otis Powell. Excuse me, that's actually Siobhan Lawrence to take this free kick. Does take it short. It's a lovely bit of play there. They tried to work it well, intricate play on the edge of the box, but that time they were crowded out by Sydney Pagan, who defended that fairly well.
Yeah, they were alive to this situation immediately. Didn't allow that free kick routine to develop.
As you can already see, I mean, the BB Coke players, there's really absolutely no sense of urgency here. This game is finished as a contest. 5 goals up, Sydney Pagan with a red card, and BB Coke, honestly, they've been coasting for the entirety of the second half, but they'll truly be able to just really not get out of first gear and be able to see this game out. They'll definitely be wanting a clean sheet though, as the throw-in comes into the box. Here's Powell, they could fall to him. Once again he looks for the pass instead of taking on the shot. And that time Parchment just couldn't come away with it. And Sydney Pagan will look to build a counter-attack on his miskicked at the crucial moment by Sean Mark Clare. Once again, BB Coke on the ball. Just looking to knock it around between themselves at the back. And with this performance, I mean, they certainly would have built up quite a bit of confidence, built up their goal difference, and here we're looking for another attack. It was a brilliant first touch there from Powell, but he was judged to have been offside by the assistant referee. Once again given away by Sidney Pagan under minimal pressure. BB Coke on the ball, switched out wide looking for Parchment. That one is a bit too heavy for him. Sidney Pagan can look to clear their lines. Omari Higgins trying his best, but that time the clearance was a poor one, and now Morris trying to get on the end of it, but the pass from an apologetic Tyler Johnson was well heavy that time.
Rain coming down a bit heavier now here at STETHS.
Goal kick taken, and again it's a goal kick that just falls to a player in red and yellow. But at the second time of asking Sidney Pagan get it clear, and there's nobody in support of Sean Clear up front, and there's very little pressure as Williams eases past that challenge, gets it out to Parchment, tries to find his striker, but the pass was wayward. Blackwood's won it back though. BB Coke still on it. Here's Parchment, tries to skip past the challenge, but Sidney Pagan crowd him out and look to get the ball down the line, in behind. Good recovery defending from BB Coke, and they play it out really comfortably that time and get it clear eventually. And as this game winds down, you have to assume Fitzroy Ambersley will be adamant to his charges to maintain this clean sheet, not give Sidney Pagan any opportunities to get a consolation, maintain the goal difference that they've now built up. As coming into this game, had just a +3 goal difference, which has now obviously gone up to +8 as Palmer, again he's unsure. Referee eventually blows his whistle, as I thought he might have, as Otis Powell is really and truly in the mood today. Yeah, coming into this game, they scored just 5 goals. They've matched their season total in one afternoon, and their goal difference currently stands at +8, which is the strongest of any team in Zone E thus far. Obviously still STETHS and Monroe to play. Monroe with a goal difference of +6 that is, and STETHS with a goal difference of +4. Again, highlighting how imperative, how important, how massive that game is. The second game of our doubleheader, as we hope that one will be able to be played on time and through in its entirety, despite the ominous shadows. The darkness has fallen over the pitch here at STETHS. But BB Coke still looking to come forward as the rain, the heavens have truly opened, and the shot there from Jimbo Campbell, the substitute, he sliced that one quite badly, and it's gone up for a Sidney Pagan goal kick.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily us being negative when it comes on to the rain. I'm sure many of our viewers would have seen the effects of the torrential rainfall yesterday, especially in the corporate area. It was no different here in St. Elizabeth, and one thing that I mentioned in the first half, and I'll definitely mention it again, St. Elizabeth is a parish of extremes. If it's a hot day, it's certainly one of the hottest in the country, and if it's a rainy day, you rest assured we're going to see bucket loads of rain. And as I said, I've commentated on many games here at STETHS, and I don't quite think that I've ever seen the place as dark as what we're seeing currently. So fingers crossed, of course, because anyone who knows Leger Williams knows that I love my football and I love to see it being played. But I'm really hoping that we can get to see this game, or the next game, in all its special splendor without the effects of weather.
BB Coke, even through the rain, still looking to come forward, still looking to attack here with Williams on the right side. Looking to skip past the skipper of Sidney Pagan, and he does so quite well. It's a battle down into that corner flag, and it's a battle that's won by Ricardo Buchanan of Sydney Pagan as he's got his team a goal kick to alleviate some pressure. Just under a quarter of an hour to play here at STETHS. Pretty much all the patrons have moved over to the stands you can see in the far right corner of your screen with their umbrellas, as the wind is playing a huge factor currently. The wind and the rain, every time the ball is played into the air, it's swirling and hanging in the air. So for BB Coke, they'll probably be looking to keep the ball on the floor here as they come forward down this right hand side. There's Williams. Parchment skips away from the challenge. He comes off worse for wear as he's limping a bit, but they look to play it through the lines. Again, it's decent defending from Sydney Pagan. They come away with it only as far as Blackwood, and that's a crunching challenge thrown in there. And the offside flag is up against O'Brien Stevenson, who was just returning from an offside position that time. As we're going to have a substitution here, I believe. Looks that way for BB Coke. We will just confirm. I know it was just player coming across on some instructions. Sydney Pagan now coming forward. BB Coke win it back in a flash, and now they will look to spring on the counter. They've got numbers. Sydney Pagan can clear fairly well. Buchanan again strong into the challenge, looking to use his physique, keep the ball. He's done so well. Tried to play it into the channel, and that time Sean Mark clear could not get the better of his man. Throw into Sydney Pagan. Buchanan down the line, looking for clear again, but again he's crowded out, and BB Coke under very, very little pressure. And even when Sydney Pagan like now get on the ball, there's really no avenues for them to play through. It's resolute BB Coke defense. As we've said, they've built on their defense this season. It's a poor attempt at a clearance, and it's afforded Otis Powell the opportunity to drive at his defender here. Powell cuts inside onto his right, plays it back to Parchment. It's a heavy pass. Parchment finds it though, takes the shot. It's a good block that time. Still has it though. Here's Blackwood, comes all the way back out, and it's a strike from around about 40 yards. BB Coke looking for the spectacular, but that time was really never going to score from that far out.
Yeah, Siobhan Lawrence not quite accurate enough.
I mean, in terms of BB Coke and how they will take confidence from this game as they look to establish themselves as potentially one of the bigger boys in this 2025 Issa da Costa Cup. We mentioned briefly some of the standout teams this season. I mean, Manchester High are another team, as the ball just strikes the referee, and thought he would blow for a drop ball there, but play continues. Manchester High in zone F, 5 wins from 5 games, 30 goals scored, 0 conceded. Yes, you heard that right. 30 goals in 5 games for Manchester High. Glenmuir, 3 games, 3 wins, 20 goals scored, 0 conceded in their zone. Cornwall College, another team with a flawless defensive record so far. No goals conceded atop zone A, 5 wins and 1 draw though. And then obviously Manning's continue to be standout, dominant force in zone C, 3 games, 3 wins, 22 goals, 0 conceded. But in that group, actually, Petersfield are also perfect on 9 points, but with only a +4 goal difference, as the free kick is taken by Sydney Pagan straight into the wall. And those two teams will clash in the next game in Zone C, Petersfield versus Mannings. But here is Otis Powell looking for his hat-trick. Oh, that's an absolutely fantastic challenge from Roshan Sims. One-on-one with a man of Powell's caliber. He came out on top.
Yeah, I don't think the pitch did Powell too many favors there. You could see a water puddle as he was preparing to stop and turn.
BB Coke still on it though. I mean, as BB Coke said, and as Janae was saying at the halftime break, there's been loads of investment into this BB Coke program, despite the uncertainty behind the scenes with the coach at the end of last season rather. Can they continue to kick on? Obviously we know not too long ago winning the Ben Francis Cup, doing well in recent years. Can they kick on, take that next step, enter that next echelon of teams? I mean, this season they've started it well. They're doing fantastically in their zone. As the ball comes into the box, it's overhit. Parchment could get there. He won't. But as I was saying, I mean, in Zone E, looking like the dominant force thus far in a group with STETHS and Monroe and Magotty. I mean, is that next step on the horizon for BB Coke? As Claire once again under pressure, trying to just find a way out. He can't. Campbell infield. BB Coke looking to shift it to the left. Once again, here's Otis Powell. Things just clearing up just a touch here. Again, I may have spoken too soon. Leger won't be happy with me. BB Coke shifting it to the left. Here's Lawrence. Ball inside. So comfortable here, BB Coke. Still have it. He was looking for Parchment on that right side. Was Powell, but good defending from Nicardo Buchanan, who again just boots the ball in frustration. He has been pretty much everywhere for Sidney Pagan in this game. I've seen him pop up in the defense, in the midfield, up front. He's been trying his utmost to give his team a platform to stand on, but the difference in quality and truly the difference on the pitch being 11 men to 10 has been telling. I mean, just touching on that, Leger, I mean, how this game has turned out, that early red card, play a little bit of devil's advocate, had they not gone a man down in those early stages, did they show you enough Sidney Pagan to give you a bit of positivity on what they could have done in this game?
I think we both know the answer is no. However, what I can say at the very least is that they haven't necessarily dropped their heads. They still have been putting in effort.
Indeed.
We've seen so far this season on a couple of occasions, we've seen teams get 13 and they look completely hopeless. We've seen teams get 8 and pretty much the same story, especially towards the end of the game. I don't think at any point in time we've seen Sidney Pagan really, not necessarily take their foot off the gas, but they haven't quite looked completely awry in terms of the effort that they're putting in. It clears that they have some pride in their performance, albeit that they're being outclassed on a technical level, a tactical level, and a physical level. They're still putting in their best possible effort. So that's very good to see. I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, maybe lessen the score by 1 or 2, but I still do think that it would have been, as we say, another shot coming in over the top. I still do think that it would have been a pretty positive BB Coke performance and a almost sure win for them. But the shoulda, woulda, couldas don't quite exist in football, and the absolute is that BB Coke are currently leading 10 men Sidney Pagan by 5 goals to nil, and they're currently going to catapult themselves to the top of Zone E in the Da Costa Cup. And to follow up on your soliloquy, they're certainly aiming to become one of the serious big boys in the Da Costa Cup, as they're certainly one of the more impressive teams to go along with the ones you've listed earlier from the other groups.
And here's Sidney Pagan once again coming forward. That time free kick won by Sean Clare. Said his name quite a bit. He has been the man on the front lines trying to hold it up, pin players, bring his teammates into play, but he's really struggled being isolated throughout this game. Here's Clare though with the free kick. Tried to just get that over the last line of defense. It was a poor one in the end, but Sean Clare flies into the challenge. Won it initially, but it only went back to a BB Coke player, and once again they will look to spring an attack, and once again it's Otis Powell, and once again he's away and in behind. Powell, it's a good second touch. He's away here and he's been brought down, and it's going to be a penalty to BB Coke. And again, the danger man, Otis Powell, on that left side, did so well initially to get across his man, drive into the box, give the defender a decision to make, and he made a poor one in the end. And as you'd expect, immediately Otis Powell grabs the ball, places it on the spot, and he will step up for potentially his hat trick.
Yeah, bursting through yet again, and I'll just say that was not a good challenge coming in. And he'll have a huge opportunity now to get his 4th of the season, and he does.
Calm, cool, and collected. It's a hat trick for Otis Powell with an assist to boot. He has been spectacular. BB Coke have been spectacular. They've put Sidney Pagan to the sword. As you see, top striker Otis Powell. Hat trick and an assist. Surely is the man of the match. And BB Coke have a 6th goal. And they have a brilliant afternoon to look back on after this game comes to a close. As Sidney Pagan get us back underway. Just about 2.5 minutes plus time added on to play, and you have to assume, I mean, for the referees at this point, do we really need extra time at the end of a game like this? But just to confirm, BB Coke are going to the top of Zone E. They've now gone to 10 points, and having scored 6 goals today, their goal difference has gone up. It's tripled from 3 to 9. As a player down here for BB Coke, and this is the last thing you want to see. I mean, after a comfortable afternoon, maybe just, yeah, it just looks like a touch of cramp. But after a comfortable afternoon, you wouldn't want to lose anyone for a longer period of time unnecessarily. And the referee has blown here.
Lightning.
Yeah, as lightning has begun to strike, and you have to assume, well, there were 2 minutes left to play. A player down in the middle also for Sidney Pagan, but the referee has blown to end this contest. Not too sure if it's a pause or a full end, but I have to assume with the time that was on the clock, he's called to end this game. But as things stand, referee's blown. The teams are now going off, and BB Coke has, unfortunately, yeah, we do have a Sidney Pagan player down on the pitch. But at the close of play here, the final score is BB Coke 6, Sidney Pagan 0.
Making it Sidney Pagan 0, BB Coke 6, and due to lightning strike, the referee has halted the game in minute 89.
In the 89th minute due to a lightning strike. But the final score here from STETHS, from a very rainy STETHS, Sidney Pagan 0, BB Coke 6.
Well, the final score as of the 89th minute at least. That's when the game would have been suspended. We'll still have a minute left to play. But the weather really has gotten poor here at STETHS. Not only the rain, but now the lightning has halted proceedings. So just to reiterate, a lightning strike and repeated lightning strikes really have caused this game to halt. In the 89th minute, BB Coke, they were leading Sidney Pagan by 6 goals to 0 here at STETHS, the first game of our hopefully doubleheader.
Yeah, and just to confirm, those goals scored, Otis Powell with the hat trick, the third coming from the penalty spot. Javari Williams with a quite bizarre goal, which was a cross that turned into a brilliant shot in the end. And the scoring was rounded out by O'Brien Stevenson and Tevon Morris for BB Coke. The starman today, Otis Powell. I mean, he was absolutely unplayable this afternoon. in one of the better performances I've certainly seen so far this season. And as it's confirmed here, the game stopped due to lightning. I'm just bringing you the standings as we are in Zone E. Will be BB Coke up into first. 4 matches played, 10 points. Magotty relegated to second place, 7 points, joint with Lacovia, who are in third, and Monroe and STETHS both on 5 points in fourth and fifth respectively, who will, as Leger said, hopefully go to battle in the second game of our doubleheader here live on CVM TV.
We'll be back with more, hopefully, right after these short messages. It's a Schoolboy Football live on CVM TV.
CVM Sports is a Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
Shake and go. Come on, shake and go. Step on the field. I have to increase the tempo. Come on, shake and go. Flavors feel nice. Nutrition for your lifestyle. Come on, shake and go. The net we are keep. Schoolboy football season I keep. Come on, shake and go. Try these delicious new flavors today. Chocolate, vanilla, peanut, and butter pecan. Come on, shake and go.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out, so send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
Trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
We've got you covered
all season long
on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
Join us this week on Tourism One-on-One as we speak to the winner of the first installment of the Tourism Enhancement Fund's groundbreaking Tourism Innovation Incubator Program, Dr. Dwayne Chambers.
Yeah man, you don't know a 2 Locks 876 Rebel, and I represent for CVM. See it happen.
The season is well underway with games and goals galore. Hi, and welcome to High School Pitchside, the show that brings you all you need to know about ISA schoolboy football. I'm Ronaldo Adams, along with the sports girly, Janae Robinson, and the guru, somewhat, Giovanni Brady. One more week on them my side. How are you feeling?
Yes, it's getting exciting. I've been at the matches. I'm feeling the vibes, as in the weather is an issue, you know, but the football is good for me.
Gio?
One thing I always hear, reading a stop ball game, you know, and ball game being a play. And the ball game's been very good. Some big results this week.
Sure.
Manning Cup kicking off into schoolboy football, kicking off into high gear.
All right.
Well, as you know, CVM is the home of ISA schoolboy football with high-quality live broadcasts all season long. This season has been nothing short of exciting so far, and that excitement continued on CVM with 31-time Manning Cup champions Jamaica College facing Greater Portmore High. Here are the game highlights.
Defenders caught out again from Jamaica College. A ball over the top to Dwayne Berger. Didn't make a difference though. Seeing it again, I mean, we do have more than enough goals to show you. But there you go. Show you that one again for good measure. It was a really good ball. Connecting on that one. The goal scoring wasn't done yet. Berger notching his third. Tevin Savage, a substitute, finding him. Delaje McCormack, substitute. And then another substitute.
I think we could have done a lot better, especially in the up front. Basically scoring more goals, but we're rebuilding. Definitely don't expect much from us this year. We definitely are rebuilding.
There you have it. Jamaica College are early leaders in Zone C with 6 points from 2 games. This result is not a surprise. Clearly, JC are levels above Greater Portmore. In 2 games, JC haven't really been tested. 13-0 in this game, 7-0 in their first game against St. Mary's College. Guys, they've been off to a great start.
Oh my God. Imagine having a plus 20 goal difference in just 2 games.
You know, I think that's part of the reason as well why schoolboy football kind of moved to stop counting. They said the goals that are scored in the first round, they don't really count them towards the total tally in terms of goal difference after, right? Because in this first round, and I guess that's why as well, you're seeing where they have this new thing in Manning Cup where, you know, as you mentioned, I was debated last week, the first 4 schools, and after that, because
so this now as well, I like where you touched on that, because now, as I debated, as I argued last week, if you're facing stiffer competition in the early stages of the competition, therefore it will be very unlikely to see a 13-0. JC would not defeat STETHS 13-0.
Yeah, that's very true. And you know what's the crazy part about it? When I spoke to Coach Watson, he said JC isn't up to his standard right now. The boys are kind of just, and Gio, I know you're going to say, okay, they're going to say that right now and whatever the case may be.
First I heard that from JC.
No, but to be very honest, even if you look at the ball game, I feel like if they were playing a stronger team, we would see what JC really needs to work on. I think Greater Portmore, really their average age was what, 15, 16. They're very young. So I think they were able to more of have a training session than a football match.
Well, as we all agree, we see this as an easy zone for Jamaica College, and it may be a walkthrough in which they will subsequently advance to the second round. They currently lead with 6 points, scoring 20 goals in just 2 games, conceding 0. Last year, JC lost in the semi-final, 5-4 on penalties to St. Catherine High, and they last won the Manning Cup in 2022. Would you consider this, Janae, too long of a period for someone of the hierarchy of Jamaica College?
I think it's a little long, but I also think that Jamaica College have really just been tested in those moments. I don't necessarily think that even though they've lost, it's a reflection of their quality. They've had quality time and time again, and I just think that when it comes to the finals, that would add to the streak probably being lengthened. But it's not saying that JC hasn't had good teams. They've been having really good teams with really good players. So do I think that they'll probably break that streak? Yeah, I think they're coming up to that time when they want to just get it right, fix things.
And speaking of long streaks and long overdue with trophies, Gio, as an Arsenal fan, what do you think? Is this anything to worry about for Jamaica College?
No. I figure it's not that long of a time, really and truly. I mean, back in the 2010s, there were some back-to-back wins that they had from, I think, from 2012 probably to around 2016.
With like Junior Fleming.
But currently, it's not a long wait, and JC has remained highly competitive in that moment in time. Always, Jenny said earlier that JC wasn't their best team. I mean, every year when JC comes to the first, we can't say that, it's not JC's
No, I'm
best
talking
team.
about them in the finals, like when they get to that stage of the competition.
No, usually in this first round, they don't really feel the best team. So I'm agreeing what you're saying. So it's not their best team, but at some point in time, you have to put all the numbers, all the figures together, all the performances together, and you have to come through with some results. It's not a long wait. 2022 is
3 years.
3 years ago.
But for JC, though, guys, remember, they're spoilt with football. It's not like...
And that is what I love about sports overall. Every time we feel like, say, yo, this is going to happen, nature and the gods, the sporting gods say, hey man, you thought, but this is what is going to actually happen. In recent years, we had Mona. Last year we had, last year it was Kingston College. So I like the competitiveness. I don't want it to be a case where there's only one school winning 3 consecutive years, because again, my bottom line, pushing the product forward, But it's now time for our first break on high school pitch side, and guess what? Soon forward.
Yo, this is Governor representing of the CVM, C-Tappen and CVM right now. Yeah.
Welcome back to High School Pitchside. It's the season for debates, and we have our own version on High School Pitchside. ISA President Keith Wellington says late withdrawals from the Da Costa Cup have left some groups with as few as 3 teams, forcing adjustments to balance those groups. Group C, L, and M only had 3 teams. However, schools from adjoining parishes had to be transferred to those groups to ensure adequate matches in those groups. With this logistic nightmare, Gio and Ronaldo will debate this issue. So boys, should ISA penalize schools for late withdrawals? Ronaldo, your first minute starts now.
Listen, I want to know my narrative and my agenda already. I cannot tolerate slackness. So yes, ISA should continue to impose punishment and whatever is required to set a standard and maintain said standard. We can't want to matriculate and want to improve our product if we are making excuses and condoning foolishness. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, whether they're going to, I'm not sure what the exact punishment would be, whether they're going to dock points or take away goals. I'm not sure what the exact punishment would be, but I am for punishing when, especially a late withdrawal. Come on. We have something that we're working toward. We're trying to attract more viewers, especially to the Da Costa Cup, because if we're being real, more people are fans of the money.
Time. Well, there you have it. Gio, your 1 minute begins now.
No, I don't think ISA should punish the schools that decide to withdraw late from the competition. I mean, a lot of these schools are not schools with big football programs. You don't know how the finances of these schools are. A lot of schools, I know for a fact, my alma mater, the Carter College, have a Facebook group, and a lot of the times there are people in the Facebook group having to come in and ask some money to buy gears or to buy food for the boys on camp. So if schools do go in with the genuine intention of putting in a genuine effort, and not every school has a big program, so you're going with the genuine effort, you do try your best, it does not work out, you have to withdraw. It is sad. Probably we can discuss ways in which probably ISA can provide better equilibrium or resources among our schools, so not only schools that have private investors or very active alma maters or old boy associations, can perform at the highest level. It's difficult, but it's schoolwork for the end of the day. These are, for some schools, it's literally just physical education, sadly. So, I mean, it's tough for us to go and lay down the law and say,
Time.
Thank
Thank you very
much.
very much.
Have a rebuttal?
No, you don't have a rebuttal.
I have just
Ronaldo.
one question.
Thank
for
you
us.
very much.
When did you know that you can't?
There are no rebuttals, Ronaldo.
Right?
Well,
Right,
viewers, you've heard it from both panelists, Ronaldo and Gio, and the decision is left in my hands. So, the winner of this debate is, drum roll please, Giovanni Brady.
Oh my God, I demand a recount. I demand a recount.
No.
There was only one vote.
Well, the reason why, let me give you the reason why.
Yeah.
So I do agree with some schools not being able to have the resources now. What I would tell ISA to do is there should be a criteria before you enter the schoolboy football season. And if you don't meet that criteria, then it would mitigate having to do late withdrawals because you don't have the adequate things for the ISA schoolboy football competition.
I'm still going to ask. Hold on, I'm still going to ask. When is it that you did not know that you are not going to have all the resources required to compete?
That is why they need a deadline, in my opinion. So for instance, you're going to go through a period of preseason training, you're going to play a few matches, you will be able to know whether or not you can manage 3.5 months of football. From that, then I think they will sift themselves out. Now, where I can agree with you is that schools who are established, if there's a case that they withdraw, then you need some punishment, because let's be for real.
There has to be a standard. So I do get where you're coming from, and I see your points, but I do agree that the overarching body needs to have a standard that is set from the get-go. You know,
Well, it's all right, Ginny. Must say that on Geo payroll, but
it's 1-1 next week.
Here is our Powerade hydration tip of the day. Stay ahead of thirst. Don't wait until you feel thirsty to drink. Take small sips of water or sports drinks like Powerade before, during, and after the game to keep your body fueled and performing at its best. And with that, we take another break here on High School Pitchside, and we will return right after this.
This is the Small Axe Jesse Ryle representing for CVM. See it happen. We and the lion them go, whoa, whoa, whoa. We and the lion them good.
Welcome back to High School Pitchside, and it's time for the Powerade Team Talk. This week, we're featuring Hillel Academy, who are dreaming big in their debut Manning Cup season.
Hillel Academy, the school situated in the cool chimes of Cherry Gardens, will be playing in the nation's top schoolboy football competition for the first time in their 52-year history. But despite this being their debut, they'll not be short on talent. And skipper Marley Roberts says they're not merely passengers in this ride, but will be contenders.
Just playing the practice games in training and seeing the other teams during Ali Cup, it's honestly going to be difficult, and I'm half nervous and half ready to compete against all these other players.
Jordan Kennedy is one of the top players Hillel will be looking to get them the goals, and he's already in a confident mood.
Very ecstatic to perform on camera and just showcase my ability, and the team showcases what we can do and what we are supposed to be doing in Manning Cup, because that's why we signed up.
The youngest player in the squad of 25 is 12-year-old Christian Foster, and he knows how to score goals. He won the Golden Boot for the leading scorer in international matches in Florida representing Dare to Dream Football Academy recently. He then returned home to win another Golden Boot accolade in the CASAFA Under-13 football competition, scoring 13 goals.
I think Hillel is ready for the Manning Cup. I know everybody's coming here expecting that we're going to collect digits, but we're going to prove them wrong, and we're going to play to our best of our ability and make a statement. Coming off of leading goal scorer of CASAFA, I'd want to use that experience from that to carry it onto the schoolboy football in Pepsi and the Manning Cup.
The team will not be short on Manning Cup experience, as Matthew Turner, who had a stint with St. George's College, could be the player to capture the spotlight.
Other schools may doubt us, but we'll come to show with a positive impact and show them that we're not an easy team, and we're sure to make a good hit on Thursday against Meadowbrook at Calabar. winning with a good clean sheet and about three or more goals.
Another player who has the experience in the competition is Riquelme Campbell, who also had a few seasons with Kingston College.
I feel like the game is going to be very well for us. We've been training extremely hard. I don't think that much teams have trained enough like as us, and I feel like we're going to come out with a clean sheet and get a good goal difference to take our start in the Manning Cup season.
The team is coached by Sean Fraser, and he's confident the players are mentally and physically ready for their opening game.
For us, the expectations to go in to compete, not just to participate. I think we have a good enough team. Very young. I have a lot of Colts players on the team, U16 players that makes up the U19 team. But the players, they can play at a high level. For me personally, I think they will compete. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but what I will guarantee that my team will compete in each game.
That, we go to a break as we step into history class with Jordan Fort and a special guest for part 1 of this exclusive interview.
Welcome back to CVM TV's live coverage of ISA Schoolboy Football 2025. Just to confirm, the game between Sydney Pagan and BB Coke has indeed been called off just a tad early due to the weather conditions. So at full time here, the scoreline ended Sydney Pagan 0, BB Coke 6. And we're just going to take you through the game as it happened with some highlights as well as some stats. So this game was initially quite physical. Shot came in and the rebound was slammed home for his first goal of the game. That was Otis Powell, and it would not be the last time we said his name in the afternoon. The initial shot came in from Tevon Morris. Good save initially, but the goal scorer was in there to turn it home. And then this was one of the crucial moments of the game. Jordan Johnson sent off for a cynical challenge on O'Brien Stevenson, shown a straight red card, and that really and truly changed the game. Here was Otis Powell skipping past men everywhere you look and setting up a quite brilliant goal for O'Brien Stevenson. That was the opening goal of the game, and that was the moment we really and truly knew that Otis Powell was in full flow. But BB Coke just really continued to stamp their superiority on this game, and that was a brilliantly cultured finish from Tevon Morris to add their third goal of the game after a wonderful assist, a reverse pass from Trevane Blackwood. And in that second half, BB Coke would only do more damage. Another shot coming in from Morris. That one was high and wide. And then this was a moment of absolute madness, you have to say, from Sydney Pagan's goalkeeper Palmer. It was a cross-come shot from Javari Williams that completely caught him out and added a brilliant fourth at that time for BB Coke. I see the shots continue to come in, and here was Otis Powell once again. The composure on display from him all afternoon was a sight to behold. First touch, second touch, and the third was to pass it into the back of the net, and then he was the one that won his own penalty after a really reckless challenge. Composure personified as he added his hat trick and ensured that it was 6-0 at the end of this game. Here are the final statistics for this game. 18 shots for BB Coke to just 1 of Sydney Pagan, 9 on target, 6 of which found the back of the net, 10 fouls to 9. It was really a hotly contested game. That crucial red card, 4 corners for BB Coke, just the one for Sydney Pagan, and in the end, possession dominated by BB Coke, as it was a game that they dominated 70-30, 6-0. And just to confirm for our viewers that the second game of our doubleheader, which is supposed to be STETHS hosting Munro College is slated, it's slightly delayed. So as things stand, it's slated to kick off at 4 p.m. here, live from STETHS. So the weather having a bit to play there, but that's it here from the first game of our doubleheader. BB Coke absolutely dominant, ran away with things, finishing it off in a brilliant performance and a brilliant scoreline. So we'll be back shortly, but final score from this first game of our doubleheader, it's BB Coke 6, Sydney Pagon 0. Back after this.
CVM Sports is a schoolboy football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts. Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's a live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yes.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
Welcome back to High School Pitchside on your home of schoolboy football, CVM TV. Vauxhall are setting their eyes on advancing to the second round of the Manning Cup. The team from Windward Road played Spanish Town High in their Zone C Manning Cup match on Wednesday. Here are the match highlights.
For them also, immediately within a minute, they got their first goal. Kyle Chen, left-footed effort, free at the back post. And Vauxhall players being free in the box would become a theme of this encounter. That was the first, then we would see the second. Penalty won by a standout player today, Giovanni Cummings, and dispatched powerfully to give Vauxhall a 2-0 lead. They would keep on going, keep on attacking. They would win a second penalty. Kyle Chen winning. Cummins saved. Javon Wilson, excellent save to deny Vauxhall getting a third, but he couldn't do too much more about the other 5 that went in. Kyle Chen again, his second of the game, his third of the season. Easy finish. And then after that, the floodgates were officially open. Captain Gentles with an excellent attempt, followed in by number 10, Richardo Walker, getting the first of his 2 goals. He wouldn't have to wait too much longer for his second. There it was, 5-0, right on the stroke of halftime. Vauxhall would start the second half just as how they ended the first. Very good goal by Jethorn Jones. And then the pick of the bunch here. Excellent, excellent finish coming in from Ingleton. Powerful, powerful strike, that one. Spanish Town would test eventually, forcing a very good save out of Coke. But Vauxhall too strong. Excellent pass from Cummings. And then a very nonchalant finish coming in from Stewart. And speaking of nonchalance, Ingleton giving that one away.
Joining us to discuss Vauxhall and their pursuits is Daniel Bent, former assistant coach at Jamaica Premier League outfit Waterhouse. Daniel, 2 wins from 2 for Vauxhall. It's been an exciting time in the schoolboy football competition for Kyle Butler. Talk to me.
Thank you for having me, Gio. It's a pleasure being on the set yet again. I think the cameras love me. Yeah, so it has been a wonderful season for Vauxhall. It's not surprising to me because through a pre-season they would have been showing signs that we are going to compete, irrespective of the JC in the group and so forth, and STETHS being in the group. But they're not afraid. And I think with the addition of Kyle Butler at the helm, his first head coach job, it brings a level of freshness to the school, the environment, and so forth. So it's going to be interesting for them.
I'm glad that you brought that up because when I spoke to Kyle, I said, I've seen you do a lot of things from pre-season. Like, it's almost as if he's just revamping or bringing a new spirit into Vauxhall. We had a little discussion off air talking about Vauxhall from where it was to where it is now. Do you think that Kyle is bridging that gap and kind of, what do you call it, maintaining and improving on what has been done before?
Yeah, but I think it's a twofold thing. Giovanni Codlin, the head coach at St. Jago High School, he would have built the foundation with these boys. He was there in 2023. Vauxhall came 4th in their group on 10 points. Last year in 2024, they finished on 13 points with the group, including Woolmers and St. Andrew Technical and Calabar as well. So Kyle now is basically putting the icing on the cake. If you like cake, that icing is being added to Vauxhall's armory.
So you mentioned Kyle putting the icing on the cake. You know, to elaborate a bit on that, what exactly do you think Kyle has added to this team that they probably would not have had last year or the previous years?
I think based on what I would have seen, because I've been to a lot of training sessions and matches and so forth, I think a level of professionalism, because remember these students are from in and around the area. And Kyle would have lived this professional life as it relates to being on time. So if you're late, if you're 1 minute past 3, you're not training. As it relates to, you know, in probably different aspects as it relates to education. If you do not do your schoolwork, you don't play. So you have to earn to play, because he's trying to build the awesome man, not just a footballer, but better men to be in society. Because you can say football is life. Jenny, you know this, and Brady, because you've been a man all your life. So I'm thinking that freshness, and also he brings resources because he's well connected as in the space, fundraising, and for a school like Vauxhall, eventually over time, just like his father did at Mona, at my school, big school, Mona, big said. So they're going to bring a lot of transformation in Vauxhall community.
I'm glad you brought that up, because being the son of Craig Butler, obviously he would learn firsthand a lot of coaching techniques as it relates to development of a young team that probably the public don't really believe in as yet.
Yeah, I mean, he also just completed his C license in the summer. One of his tutors was Vauxhall Reynolds. As you know, Vauxhall is ironically, Vauxhall was one of the schools that he would have started his coaching career with. Also, Kian Badrick, who's a coach at Excelsior High, and, you know, Giovanni Codlin, who would have been there, move on to St. Jago. So Vauxhall has proven to be a school that you will get time to earn your craft. And I'm very happy for him, because when I heard about this job, I said to him, hey, Kyle, I think this would be a good opportunity for him, and I think he's finding his feet. Yes, he's still young in its own right as it relates to being an head coach, but time will tell that he will do well.
So player personnel wise, to elaborate the work that's been done at Vauxhall, how many players would Vauxhall have brought in this season to what they already have to be reaping these results that they have right now? 90%
of the Vauxhall players are born and bred from Vauxhall. I think based on what I would have seen, there are 1 player from St. George's College, 1 player from Excelsior High. I have 1 and 2 players who are sitting out. But the nucleus of them is to bring them through. Not a lot added. Not a lot added. So he believes in building from the ground up. That's like a constructor or a contractor building from the ground up, and the foundation was laid already. So it's just basically just carried it on, and it's something that he must get a lot of credit for.
Well, he is associated to Phoenix and their club. Is there any Phoenix influence in the Vauxhall team?
Yeah, interestingly, Kyle Chen, who scored the opening goal yesterday, was a part of that group when he was a bit younger. So his technical ability to be able to use both left and right foot, his raw pace, his power, and his decision making is something that can be attributed to that. As it relates to younger players, number 10, Richardo Walker, we call him Pucky, they call him Pucky. Very good players, and I mean the general team of Vauxhall is a really, really good team.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up, because if we look at Zone C in its entirety, we have Jamaica College, St. Andrew Technical, Spanish Town High, Edith Dalton. Do you think that Vauxhall has what it takes to earn their spot in the next round?
Yes, I think they are as good as the Jamaica College.
The Jamaica College?
As it relates to quality of players. Okay. Because, I mean, if you look at Jamaica College, just like Vauxhall, they have individual talent that can hurt you. JC has it as well, Vauxhall has it as well. So to measure who is better, naturally persons will say JC because of the pedigree and so forth, but Vauxhall, on a good day, any superior team, let us say, that they show up and not willing to play their brand of football, Vauxhall can hurt them.
Diminish them, put them.
Yeah.
So, from a group like this, you know, new Manning Cup standards, 3 schools go through.
Yeah.
Vauxhall, where do you see Vauxhall finishing this group?
I think it's quite interesting because St. Andrew Technical is also a seasoned team. I'm putting that as them being the second group, second place. I think they're that good.
So STETHS is third, I'm assuming.
Yes, in my mind, because STETHS, no disrespect to Coach Williams, I'm your friend. Does talking football, but I think STETHS will go through as well. They're on a rebuilding stage, and they do have quality based on results. So it should be interesting. I wouldn't say outrightly, but Vauxhall will get the second place. It's going to be a toss-up, especially the matchup coming up against Jamaica College at home, and also the match against STETHS. So that will kind of determine where they finish. But I think it's very, very close.
Well, there you have it. Daniel Ben says, first to Jamaica College, second to Vauxhall, and after the break, we'll have more high school pitch side for you.
Join us this week on Tourism One-on-One as we speak to the winner of the first installment of the Tourism Enhancement Fund's groundbreaking Tourism Innovation Incubator Program, Dr. Dwayne Chambers.
So Sean Fraser is a name synonymous with the golden era, some call it, of Jamaica's football. The midfielder was a member of the first Under-17 Reggae Boys squad that made it to the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in 1999. In 2001, he also journeyed to the FIFA Youth World Cup, this time at the Under-20 level. He made a name for himself in schoolboy football, representing Camperdown at various levels. But it was his time at Clarendon College where he tasted most success, winning the Da Costa Cup, Ben Francis Cup, and Olivier Shield in 1998. The treble, as some people call it. Let's start there, Sean. Thank you so much, by the way, for being with us on high school pitch side. So that 1998 season, bit of a watershed period for you. As I said, the treble, Clarendon College. Take me through that season.
Actually, it didn't start well for me. My family, my dad at the time was working at Air Jamaica, so we used to travel to go overseas for the summer. So I missed out the entire preparation for the Da Costa Cup. When I came back, Coach Jackie Walters said to me, Sean, you have to work your way back into the team. So I missed about 5 or 6 games before I started playing. I was 15 years old at the time. He entrusted in me based on talent and my work ethic, but at the same time, I was analyzing what was happening during the course of the games and everything like that. I got my opportunity to play against Lennon. I scored a double on my debut. I could say that the rest is history.
Yeah, but rewinding a little bit though, because I want to get a bit of the context of you going to Clarendon College.
Okay.
Did you go there as a big baller, as Jamaicans would say? Were you a star baller? Take me through that journey, because it's kind of checkered as well, because Wolmer's is a part of that journey, Camperdown is a part of that journey, and then Clarendon College is it. So give me the chronology.
All right, so, you know, going to Vauxhall Prep as a former past student, everybody wanted to go to Wolmer's, KC, George's, or JC. Passed for Wolmer's. My mom was overseas. When she came back, she said, you have to go to Camperdown with your brother. My dad wasn't really into that, but at the end of the day, you know, may her soul rest in peace. I ended up at Camperdown because, you know, mother's rule. So when I went to Camperdown, I played 1 year of Pepsi, scored 16 goals, took my team to the final. We lost to the same Woolmerian team that I would have been on with Keith Kelly and Alex Thomas and so forth. Spent 1 year, about 3 months at Camperdown, left for personal reasons. Went to Clarendon College. Great Lenny retired, came to my family and, you know, said that they're selling a project down there, and my dad and my mom bought into it. Went to Clarendon College, won the U14 there, won the U16, and, you know, the triple, as you said. But when I left, I was very, very much active playing at Harborview, playing my under 14 for Coach Ludlow Bernard. Played minor league at 11 years old. So I wouldn't say I was a big baller, but in my mind I was big. But, you know, realistically, I don't think I was big baller because I had a lot to learn at the time. But for me personally, I think I was good enough to compete there.
Yeah, I mean, Clarendon College did a lot of recruiting of players from the urban area. We know that now. I mean, a lot of people see the teams and probably think that people are from in and around the area, and then you get to know who the top ballers from Clarendon College are, and you realize most of them are actually, a lot of them are from Kingston, right? You're from Kingston. Was there a transition from urban to rural? I mean, how was that for you? Because as you say, you pass Wolmer's, then you end up at Camperdown, and then now you're at Clarendon College. Is that different, totally different atmosphere?
Yes, it is. I can say this without no apology. I think in the rural area, they're more passionate about football than us in Kingston or in town would say. Everything is different there. They document everything. If you're not playing well, they're going to tell you that you're not playing well. It's unlike when we were in Camperdown, parents will come or friends will come and say, hey, good game, man. You know in your heart you don't play well. They are going to make you know that you didn't play well. And they have no time to pat you on your back. You, in your mind, has to grow up fast and grow quickly, because football is a sport that it changes quickly and fast. So when I went there, it was really a reality check. It was difficult for me at first because, you know, I have to be sleeping on the dormitory, something I didn't used to. I was in my mom's care, my dad's care, majority of my life, and then to move from there to the dormitory, which wasn't the greatest of place for me, but I had to adapt. Met this player by the name of Anthony Bennett Sausage, who's one of my great friends. He's not one of my best friends at the moment. He helped me through everything that I was going through, good and bad.
And he was from there, or?
He was from Rima.
Okay.
Yeah, he was from West Kingston.
Well, you're proving the point, right?
Yeah, he was from West Kingston. The majority of the players that were there, we had about 14, 15 players from Kingston. At that time, we didn't have a quota rule in ISA. So Clarendon made use of all of that, the same thing that Jamaica College is doing. So Clarendon made use of that in the past. So we didn't have a quota rule, so we had everybody there, so we cling together, and that's how we achieved success, because we formed this bond in which everybody's fighting for everybody, knowing that we're not from here, we stuck together, and then we made friends with the other players from the rural area, so everything fall into place for us.
That's where you got the nickname Mataran?
No, I actually got that name Mataran because my dad used to smoke Craveny. One day he said to me that go to buy matches at the shop. The shop was like 3 houses up the road from us. I was like 6 years old at the time. He said, my son, go buy a pack of matches for mommy. She's cooking and the match is finished. You know, back in the days, we don't have to really go into detail, but back in the days it's rough. Never have no light or nothing. So she went there, and I went to the shop by the lady by the name of Miss Jo. I never forget that. I said to her, can I get a Mataran, please? And she said, Mataran? She said, will you buy Mataran for me? I said,
mommy. She said, no, man, your mother no smoke. Your daddy smoke craving, you sure? So she was calling my mom and my mom didn't answer. She said, all right, you're going to come back, you know. You're going to come back. And she gave me the matter and I went down and gave my dad and him say, you have to follow instruction and I get about couple little well, you know, but eventually I went back up with the matter and got the matches and came back and my friend was there and from ever since that day, that name stuck with me. And then my build, you know, was very slim and the small head and everything, so the name stuck with me.
The name stuck with you. Yeah. And that's growing up where?
Harbourview.
In Harbourview?
Yeah, in Harbourview.
Yeah. Harbourview born and raised. We know you're synonymous with Harbourview football, but you're also Harbourview born and raised. So Clarendon College, as we've been talking about, we started, is a famous school within the football space. Of course, you've contributed, as we said, to that rich history of success. What makes them such a force to reckon with year after year, you think? I mean, we're talking about now almost 30 years.
For me personally, I think it's the recruiting. They strategically recruit players to fill gaps of players that left. And this is what other schools or teams around the world needs to do, because if a number 9 leaves, they're going to look for another number 9. They're not going to bring in a defender for a number 9 that left. So I think strategically what they do is replacing players, hence the momentum. And they search for players that can handle the ball, because they have a certain style of play, which any coach that goes to the school, that is their philosophy. They like to keep the ball. They like to possess, move the ball from side to side. So that is what they do. So their recruiting is the most important factor in what they do. That's why they have success.
Yeah, and with that issue of recruiting, but that factor of recruiting, ISA has changed the rules a little bit. Do you think that will affect them?
Yeah, definitely. It will put a hamper. You could see from last year when even Kaim Dixon and the rest of the players, Malachi Douglas, they left. You know, you see the transition. The team didn't do well last year because you can only bring 3 persons in. What they need to do, I think, overall is, you know, they probably have one of the good coach there now, which is Devon Anderson, former for Idle. He's a good coach. You know, I know him personally, so I can speak to that. But what they have to do now is start instilling in the players that they have their philosophy, and they have to start working overtime now in developing the players in not just a positional player, but a player that can play in any position when needed. Because with the ISA rule now, you can't bring 10 players in anymore.
Everybody, I'm Yendi, and this is Odyssey with Yendi. In this space, we connect with some of your favorite people as they share their journeys. Here we have some unfiltered conversations as we deep dive into their inspirations, motivations, and experiences to inspire our own life journey.
Odyssey with Yendi. Brought to you by Grace, Singer, and IslandNet Services.
It's now time for the final segment of the show. Yes, it's time for Fan View. And following Vauxhall's emphatic win over Spanish Town High, fans are starting to believe that this may be the year for Vauxhall, and they may be on the verge for something great. We take to our YouTube feed for what the folks were saying. All right, let's go. Let's kick it off. Firstly, Mikkel Wright says, second round my side. All right, Mikkel, easy now. I drove me a mic. Jason says, Vauxhall representing the East, for sure. Camper down, step on the game up. Next up, Patrice says, yes, my bad side, give them about 14. We almost got to 14, but lad, man, why you want to give the school so much? Have a mercy, man. Next up, SHHH Sim says, half a Man U may I watch LOL. Right, DJ, a Man U them I watch 14. No, All right, one more. Legendary Max says blue and green, which is, of course, the school colors for Vauxhall High School. All right, and that is it. So we close this week's show. But don't fret, because we'll be back next week with more fun, more excitement, and much more discussions. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Ronaldo Adams, signing out. Take care of yourself.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out, so send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
Trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
We've got you covered
all season long
on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
Every dream conquered is another dream game. I land and I fly again like a jet plane. Headed straight in your direction, 'cause I'm wiser, one step closer. I'm winning 'cause I work so hard. And the music keeps on playing, and the people them I say we are my show tonight. Oh, what a feeling! Don't stop dreaming. Keep on believing in the power of the feeling. Whatever you want, take a chance. Song in your heart, step in your dance. You got a spark, don't fit the dark, shine your lights on.
Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins, and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yeah.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Join us this week on Tourism One-on-One as we speak to the winner of the first installment of the Tourism Enhancement Fund's groundbreaking Tourism Innovation Incubator Program, Dr. Dwayne Chambers.
The Dredging Project, part of a runway expansion to improve safety at Norman Manley International Airport, was designed to boost the island's aviation infrastructure. But beneath the surface, the process has stirred up sand, mud, and sediment, turning clear water into cloudy, murky seas. Noise from heavy equipment and displaced debris has driven fish away, leaving the fishers of Greenwich Town Fishing Beach to face empty nets and empty pockets.
When them start the work, the fish them gone. We go outside and see the mud save me. We go down in the area way, the mud same way. Through the current, I drift, carry it, go to that side. They go up the sea and empty the mud. So see all the mud will come and the fish them down. They run all the fish. Cause the fish don't like the mud. Fish don't like the mud because the mud burn the eye.
And the result of muddy nets is another expense. Some fishermen say the cost per pound starts from 1,200 Jamaican dollars and upwards.
Every time we try this, it's mud this, you know.
So how does the net work? You have to replace it when it gets muddy quicker?
Yeah, some
expense for you.
Yeah, man, enough expense sometimes, because sometimes it all tear up.
For small-scale fishers, the business relies on predictability, weather, tides, and fishing patterns they've known for years. Now, their entire system is being disrupted, and many feel they've been left out of the decision-making process.
Once you have any farmer activities in the area, plus they told us that they weren't working, and they were working, you know what I mean? So them try to deceive us too. You know, it's not until the net that them set to contain the mud burst and start worse, mess up the whole place, that they can see that they were actually working. So basically, is if we can't catch fish, is what our problem is. So we'll have to be claiming for loss of earnings because it's unable to catch the fish.
This village isn't just a place where fishers land their catch. It's an entrepreneurial hub. For many women, fishing provides economic independence, but that opportunity is now slipping away.
That we can hardly survive from what we are catching in the harbor now. As a fisherwoman, on a weekly basis, we have over 2,000, 3,000 pounds of fish. Now we can hardly catch one good 80 pounds in a one catch a day sea now. There's a lot going on that is affecting our livelihood, and we need to be compensated now for what is going on. We don't want to wait to get a long-term compensation.
And the financial pressure of running a fishing business is heavy, even in good times. Now, with less catch and higher costs, the burden is almost unbearable.
Sometimes you have good time, you have bad time. During the good time, you can see me catch over 80,000 or 90, sometimes 100. During the bad time, you can see I catch over 20 or 40, depends. And right about now, every place I catch even gas money, which is 5,000, I'm going to catch it. Alright, serious something I tell you. Right now, I'm there, so I wonder when I see me, I've got sit. Say, I have to put on net later. Don't know where to go. I've got the mud there.
Beyond the numbers and the nets are the dreams of men and women who have devoted their lives to the sea. For some, their fear isn't just about losing a business, it's about losing a way of life. Veteran fisherman Garth Bowers, who has previously received awards for his service, expressed that current predicament has really dampened his spirit.
Mashing up this morning, look at, see that? See that, look on it, see that? The whole net, watch it, see that? Look on it, see this, see that? See that? The whole net, see that? See that sun, top there, they go away, mash me up.
The authorities have promised mitigation measures to reduce the impact of dredging. But for the fishers of Greenwich Town, every day of uncertainty means lost income, lost opportunities, and lost hope. Their dream is simple: to keep their business afloat and pass it down to the next generation. A dream now fighting to survive in muddy waters. I am Raymond Morrison, and this has been Small Biz, Big Dreams.
Where it all begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these four boys dream of playing in the ISA schoolboy football competitions.
Will you score this for Casey? Will you score? It's a shot! It's a goal!
and it's a shot, and it's a goal. And KC has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivia Shield.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
CVM Television is the official broadcaster of ISSA Schoolboy Football 2025. Unauthorized recording, broadcast or streaming of matches or related events is strictly prohibited. CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
The happy hunting ground of St. Elizabeth Technical High School, the home team, preparing for a battle royale with their perennial rivals, Monroe College. They say a city set up on a hill cannot be hid. But can they hide from this STETHS outfit looking to make a mark in the ISSA Da Costa Cup 2025? It's the first time we're bringing you a contest between either of these two teams, and it is a contest that is expected to reach fever pitch despite the weather being not the best. Jordan Fort, Leger Williams will be taking you through what is the second match of a CVM TV doubleheader. We're on CVMTV.com if you can't be in front of a television, or you can catch us on YouTube on CVM TV News. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock in this one, so a slight delay. Of course, it was to have been 3:30, but the inclement weather prevented that from happening. We're going to take you through, of course, all the lineups and give you the match officials and all you need to know ahead of this contest. And just reminding you that the opening contest between Sydney Pagon STEM and BB Coke ended 6-0 in favor of BB Coke. That one was called off in the 89th minute, with BB Coke leading by 6-0. And the powers that be took the decision that no further play would take place. So we're looking at a perennial powerhouse in the ISSA Da Costa Cup. Not just the Da Costa Cup, but rural area football in general. And that is St. Elizabeth Technical High School, the home team. Monroe College, of course, not as decorated as the St. Elizabeth Technical in terms of the Costa Cup success. Certainly, well, in fact, they are more decorated, but not in recent years, I should say. But certainly, this contest does provide a lot of fierce rivalry as we take a look at some of the warm-ups that took place a little earlier on. Leger, looking at this contest, what are we to expect? You know, as we said, St. Elizabeth Technical having tasted success in rural area schoolboy football in recent years, if not necessarily in the Da Costa Cup, but in the Ben Francis Cup, certainly. And Monroe College, they haven't been successful recently. They do have a long history of success in not only football, but in sport. But they are perennial rivals of STETHS.
Yeah, no, this is always going to be a massive game. It is a huge game in the parish of St. Elizabeth. and that's never going to change, no matter the fortunes of both of these two schools, especially here in the Costa Cup action. This is always a massive contest, and I expect a very tense one, as it usually is. As I said, no matter the form coming into it, no matter the prestige of both teams at this current moment, it's always going to be extremely competitive, extremely intense. We've seen that over the past couple of seasons when both teams have been jostling to try and reclaim their throne as the best team in the Costa Cup football. STETHS have come closer than Monroe as of late, winning the Ben Francis Cup last season. Monroe, they're still searching, clawing, trying to find a way to get back to title-winning ways. It's going to be 63 years at the end of this year. They're looking to change that before it happens. They've brought in Rudolph Speed to be their technical director. We know that success usually follows him. Everdeen Scarlett, their new head coach, replacing Kemar Ricketts after just one game this season, a loss against BB Court, but it hasn't done too much to turn around their fortunes. They currently sit fourth in Zone E in the Da Costa Cup, and having played 4 games already, if they are to fall to the home team today, St. Elizabeth Technical, it's going to be a steep task for them to get into that top 4 and try and find a way into the second round. It's so much at play here. The 7-time champions in Monroe visiting the 5-time champions in St. Elizabeth Technical, and here is the Monroe lineup.
So in goal, Jason Williams, and bring that back up for you.
Monroe College team.
We've got Christopher Gale, Michael Wilson, Chandon
Jonathan
Roach,
Myers, assistant coach.
Marco Holness,
Orlando Christie,
Silence
goalkeeper coach. Michael
Manyaka,
Kidman, team
Akel Vespri,
manager.
Dervaj Edward, Romario Green,
All right, so as the teams
Shamario
walk
Smith,
out,
and Keenan Joseph. These are the match officials. O'Brien Warren is the man in the middle.
all right,
His assistants
so the referee inside the middle is
are
Brian
Kedley Powell and
Kedley
Shavar
Powell
Dennis.
is the
Melvin
first
Reed
assistant,
is the fourth
and
official.
Shavara Dennis is the second assistant. Okay. On the VIP stand, could you cut the music, please? Oh, VIP stand, could you cut the music, please? Could you cut the music over the VIP stand?
So you can see this ground here
Thank you.
in
Could you
St.
cut the
Elizabeth
music, please?
filling up.
Thank you.
As we told you at the start, of course, a lot is expected when these two teams play. As we say, no matter their position in the group, no matter their recent history,
in charge of this game,
droves of fans turn out to support this contest on a yearly basis.
Powell, first assistant.
And there's something about derby matches, Leger. Form goes out the window, they say.
And the fourth official.
And sometimes, no matter how badly one team is playing, once they come up against their derby rivals, they often find a new lease on life. There's lots of bulletin board material. Teams generally doing all the talking before the game, and the opponents get riled up. Anywhere across the world, any level you find a derby match, you generally expect to see hard tackles. You expect to see things getting a little bit physical.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and you expect to be a close, I see a close contest.
Could you please stand for the playing of the national anthem?
And of course, with this being the second match of the doubleheader, the national anthem will be played. referees to call a halt to proceedings. Almost at the very end of the contest, as we told you. 89th minute, that was between Sydney Pagon STEM and BB Coke. BB Coke winning that contest by 6-0. We're not necessarily expecting a repeat of that scoreline in this contest. That would be a surprise given the nature of this matchup over the years.
Yeah, this one doesn't usually bring a lot of goals, to be honest. Last season we saw STETHS beat Monroe by 2-1, and that game was preceded by 3 consecutive 1-all draws. And then the game before that saw STETHS beat Monroe by 2-0. We have to go back quite some time before we see Monroe beating STETHS. So usually very tight, as we said. Very intense between these two teams, and it's usually a moment of brilliance that leads to the decision in this one. Reminder of the referees are Brian Warren, the man in the middle, Kelly Powell, Shavara Dennis, his assistants, and Melvin Reed, the 4th official. Really nothing like a derby in football. It's rivalry that drive the passion in sports. It's a main reason why we love sports. It's a main reason why we love football. And we're going to have a huge one here on show. So much at stake. Monroe need a result. More than likely they'll need a win. STETHS
VIP stand, VIP stand, music please, music!
In Monroe's hopes
music!
This season.
Here's the STETHS lineup.
Can you
Genoa
please
Stedman in
cut
goal,
the music, please?
Bryce Perry, Malachi McMaster, Justin McPherson, Jade Lynch, Kaim Lewis, Dante Hewitt, Shamar Stewart, Raheem White, Danilo Smith, and Javor Lawrence. The head coach is Omar Wedderburn.
Big news at DeAndre Barnett, STETHS' talisman on the bench, their number 10.
Monroe College will have Jason Williams in goal, Christopher Gale, Michael Wilson, Shandon Rochi, DeMarco Holness, Silence Mankaya, or Manyaka that should be, Akel Vespre, Devraj Edwards, we've got Romario Green and Shamario Smith. Keenan Joseph as well. Kickoff in this contest between STETHS and Monroe, and an interesting fact about this contest, both schools featuring a number of players born and bred overseas. In fact, at least 8, I'm told, across both teams. Players from Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua, Bermuda, St. Lucia, Grenada. I believe there's at least one player from St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. So truly an array of nationalities being represented from across the Caribbean in this contest. I'd say Monroe somewhat known for that over the past few years, especially in athletics. We've seen a lot of that in recent times, especially now in the Manning and the Costa Cups. Perhaps a byproduct of ISSA's changing of the rules, tightening of the rules in terms of recruitment from other ISSA schools, and a number of these big programs being even more creative and going overseas for talent. First corner kick of the game. And then in swinging delivery into the box, but headed away now. Infringement spotted.
This fixture tends to produce some very special moments. Thinking back to the last couple of seasons, we've seen captains of both teams produce some very special goals to produce results. And hold on,
Looked like there was an opportunity there for STETHS to get in on goal. A collision between the goalkeeper and the attacking player.
Yeah, the ball certainly held up there on Jason Williams as he was trying to advance the Monroe custodian.
And Shamar Stewart was advancing for St. Elizabeth Technical, trying to get on the end of it. It is a really soaked field now. Here, take another look at it. Both players well within their right to go for that one.
Yeah, but not only the slowness of the pitch, but also the hesitancy from Jason Williams to advance for that ball.
Yeah, and again, it's I guess a matter of trying to pick up the pace of the ball, because it's going to get stuck in some areas because of how waterlogged the field is now because of the heavy rain.
It's going to be very crucial to these players to immediately try and find a way to get to the pace of things. But yeah, I was mentioning the quality of strikes we've seen. Usually in these types of games, as I said, some special moments are needed to unlock a door. We saw last season St. Elizabeth and their captain DeAndre Barnett. I did say he was a key man. He is starting from the bench today. Was recovering from injury over the summer. Left-footed Maestro scored a wicked free kick last season. A part of STETHS beating Monroe by 2-1. Of course, we can't forget the 2023 season as well. Monroe's captain at the time, Daniel Bowen, with a spectacular overhead kick, scissors kick type goal. That was a 1-1 draw here at STETHS as well. So this game usually produces special moments. It's barely got underway so far, but I'm still expecting to see something of that nature today.
Yeah, since 2014, head-to-head, STETHS has won 10. There have been 2 drawn results. Sorry, there have been 7 drawn results, and Monroe have won 2. So STETHS, by far, of course, enjoying much of the recent success. STETHS have scored 25 goals to Monroe's 14. So lots of confidence coming in for the St. Elizabeth Technical unit. Here comes an attack from Monroe College down the left-hand side. Ball crossed in, cleared away. It's going to be a Monroe College corner. Here's Omar Wedderburn, long-time head coach of St. Elizabeth Technical.
Yeah, the man they call Rambo. A man that shows little to no emotion at times. But I know it would mean a lot to him for his team to get the better of Monroe here.
In swinging corner. And met by a Monroe head. Ball loops up in the air but comes to the STETHS goalkeeper, Prince Perry, who's allowed to claim. Comes STETHS, trying to find some room down this left-hand side. Switched over to the right-hand side now. That's a good ball. And wind up on a shot from distance, but hardly the connection sought, and ball goes off the outside of the boot, then cleared out of play. STETHS back in control now. Jade Lynch passes this one forward. Kaim Lewis is the number 9. Ball back over to Lynch on the right hand side. In fact, that's Raheem White on the right hand side. Make it. Tried to get the cross in, but deflected out of play. It's Everdeen Scarlett, the Cavalier assistant coach, Cavalier women's head coach. Rudolph Speed installing his top assistant as the man on the sidelines at Monroe College. Another in-swinging corner now from St. Elizabeth Technical. That one is a dangerous one. Goalkeeper Williams punches it away. Ball played back in, but this will go harmlessly wide.
Jason Williams still feeling some adverse effects from his clash earlier with Kaim Lewis.
Yeah, check it in. You can tell them what's in them. Just a red sweater so you can get a catch.
Also needing his laces tied.
Probably an opportunity for him as well to just continue to allow the earlier knock to kind of wear off. So Monroe College come forward now. Early ball searching for that run from the left wing, but well read and cut out by STETHS. Here comes Kaim Lewis now. Holds his head up, tries to find a teammate. Ball taken off him, and Lewis in tracking back kicks the ball out of play for a Monroe College throw. And Monroe College giving the ball right back to STETHS. So in these 9 minutes that have elapsed so far, you can see that the underfoot conditions are not the best. Of course, heavy rains here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School and areas of the field being soaked. Come Monroe back in possession. STETHS win it back though. Ball played forward. Williams will leave his line and come to collect this one.
And I think those passes will be very dangerous because again there we saw that ball hold up just a bit, gives the attacker an extra chance to get on the end of it. The goalkeeper is going to advance. I think if there's any instance where the striker gets there first, it could spell danger for either of the defensive teams. I cast my mind back to last season where Monroe had a fantastic start to the season under Kemar Ricketts, practically going unbeaten in the initial stage, and then when it came down to it, they had to play St. Elizabeth Technical, who were a little bit under the cosh. And that victory, 2-1 victory from STETHS, I think really put a dent in Monroe's season that they were unable to recover from. This time around, I would say that both teams really need a pick-me-up, especially Monroe, who haven't had the best start to the season at all. Only 1 victory from their 4 games. STETHS, only 1 victory from their 3 games, but 2 draws in that as well.
Master on it now for STETHS. Back to his centre back partner. Oh, that could have rolled through. STETHS back in possession though. It's going to be a shot from distance from Lewis, and he's searching for it, and he's headed it over the goalkeeper, and he's gotten a decisive final touch on it. Justin McPherson. St. Elizabeth Technical have broken the deadlock.
I said that he doesn't show too much emotion, Omar Wedderburn, but he's definitely over the moon with that one. I mentioned it earlier also that Jason Williams seemed a bit stuck to his line, and the shot seemed innocuous, and stealing in Justin McPherson, he was the one alive to it, and I would say that's poor defending as well from Michael Wilson. Poor communication between Wilson and his goalkeeper Jason Williams. And STETHS, the most alive. And they've given their home fans something to cheer about. They're 1-0 up. Monroe seriously under it now.
Yeah, so as you said, Michael Wilson probably just not alert enough to the positioning of Justin McPherson. Ended up not putting in a challenge for that header, and McPherson, aware of what was happening, rose highest. Got ahead to it, got it over the keeper who was advancing. Here comes Monroe College now. This is an early ball forward for Kaim Lewis to chase. Thought he got there momentarily, but Monroe's number 6, DeMarco Holness, came across and played it into touch.
And Monroe really can't afford to go down by another goal in this game. Early goals definitely usually telling matches of this nature. Should be no different in this one. STETHS now have control.
Lawrence will line up a long throw for St. Elizabeth Technical. Gonna try to launch this one all the way into the box. It's a danger. Lewis takes a swing at it, but wasn't able to connect it with the right part of the boot.
Yeah, we've noticed that a couple of the STETHS players have been able to get the right contact when those passes are rolling along or any ball is rolling along in the box. Kaim Lewis, no different there. Usually so clinical in and around the area for STETHS.
Comes another opportunity for STETHS now. Time on the right hand side. Here's Lewis with a shot. And blocked. Goes out of play. It's a corner kick for St. Elizabeth Technical. So lots to think about now for that Monroe College bench. In swinging corner for STETHS. Who rises up? Ball bouncing. Oh, cleared off the line, I think. Free kick given in the end.
Seemed as if there was more indecision there in the penalty area for Monroe. But they survived in the end, especially due to the referee's whistle. A lot of ping pong action. And eventually I didn't see much of a foul, but one was called in favor of Monroe.
Saved by the whistle indeed. Come Monroe now trying to launch an attack of their own. Ball played over the top. Cut out. Ball back in possession of Monroe. Comes out to Michael Wilson, who came out on the wrong side of that goal. Flag goes up though for that pass. It's going to be an offside decision.
Very animated STETHS coaching staff there.
Yeah, looks like Neil Harrison from STETHS. We'll have lots of fun memories, actually, Neil Harrison being at Monroe College, building their sporting program. Now he's in Santa Cruz, not up on the hills of Monroe College anymore. And we spoke about the plethora of overseas talent, specifically from the Caribbean. Neil Harrison himself knows a lot about that. He had quite a few of them while he was in charge of the athletics program at Monroe College.
And it seems as if they've continued that trend, but St. Elizabeth Technical also with quite a few. Mentioned Kaim Lewis, his name a lot. STETHS there, number 9. He's their goal getter. See him there over on the right hand side in the green boots. He's from the Twin Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, specifically from the island of Tobago, so he's a part of that international contingent.
Yeah, and it should be no surprise, as I said, it's kind of I guess a bit of an MO from Neil Harrison. And now he's at STETHS, and you're seeing his imprint there. It's a ball played over to the left-hand side for Monroe College. Shamario Smith doing battle over there with Raheem White.
Unable to win that battle as he tried to pass to a teammate.
Prince Perry taking this throw in for St. Elizabeth Technical now. They're right back. Ball is going to roll harmlessly to the STETHS goalkeeper, Janoy Stedman.
Again, a gold color Toyota Axio 84.
And this one goes into touch. So STETHS, of course, with the most vital statistic in this game so far. The goal coming off the head of Justin McPherson in the 12th minute. As we see Monroe try to launch an attack, but that one went out of play before Wilson could play it across. But despite the scoreline though, and the fact that STETHS is leading this contest so far, still have to say that both teams really just looking to find their footing fully in this one. You can't really say that one team is in full control.
Yeah, that's a pretty ironic statement, seeing the underfoot conditions. I don't think either team will find their footing in this game. However, you are very right. It is still a game where it seems as if each team is feeling each other out. It just so happens that STETHS have created a half chance and they've taken it. Monroe haven't gotten that luxury as yet.
Here's STETHS again. Kaim Lewis trying to work an angle and taken down. It's going to be a free kick to St. Elizabeth Technical. Surprised the referee hasn't reached for his pocket there. Referee Warren. But good movement from Lewis. The number 9. Going to take a look at this again.
Yeah, weaving through a couple of players, taken out by the third.
Yeah, I'd say the defender is pretty lucky, Leger.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And one thing I must say that Monroe might be a little bit lucky. Obviously, we have to see the end result of this free kick, but they might be a little lucky that DeAndre Barnett is not on the pitch for STETHS. Of course, I mentioned that he scored a free kick at the other end, but from a similar range with his left foot against Monroe last season. Also in much sunnier conditions. But such a talented player with those set pieces, still not fully fit due to an injury picked up over the summer. So hasn't played a starring role in STETHS' Da Costa Cup season yet. Maybe that's a reason why they sit 5th in the group at current. But so far they have the lead in this game, looking to move up the table. And another very talented player, Kaim Lewis, steps up now.
Lewis, shot on target, and that goes in the back of the net as well. St. Elizabeth Technical go up by 2-0. He won the free kick with a nice weaving move through the Monroe College defense. He stepped up and he found the back of the net. Kaim Lewis, the STETHS number 9, makes it 2-0.
And Kaim Lewis says he's the next man up. Wonderful arc on this free kick, and I think this one bounced right in front of Jason Williams. Unable to get that left hand up to claw it out of the corner. And Kaim Lewis, who has been a nuisance for Monroe for the first 21 minutes of this game, has provided the ultimate noise in this stadium. It's 2-1, 2-0, I beg your pardon. 4 STETHS. Monroe need a goal to make it 2-1 in short order. As we have our first drinks break in this game. And Jordan, it's not looking pretty for the boys from the hills.
It isn't, and I mean, STETHS, I think we'll feel really good about the fact that Lewis stepped up and buried that free kick, because he was trying to work an angle, trying to get a shot away on goal, and they would have felt pretty good about that attack. The STETHS faithful, who we've seen turn out in their numbers here. I think goalkeeper Jason Williams is still suffering just a bit. We see the medical team out there with him. That's a Monroe College goalkeeper.
Gloves are off as well.
Yes, not looking good for Williams. And he wouldn't be feeling good about the fact that that free kick just went in. I would say it wasn't, you know, as we say, in the top corner, in the pigeon or anything like that, but perhaps bouncing at an awkward time on a wet field right in front of Williams. The direction of the free kick was really good though.
Yeah, it was in the corner, but it was to the goalkeeper's side. I do think that Jason Williams could have done better with both goals, in all honesty. Caught in no man's land in the first instance.
Yeah, came off his line and just didn't get there, did he?
Yeah, I think once as a goalkeeper you leave your line, you have to do so with some sort of assurance, and in this instance, I think he was a bit slow to move, maybe not positioned correctly initially, but the bounce didn't help him. And all in all, I don't think Monroe want to hear any of the excuses I'm trying to provide, because they're 2-0 down and their season seems as if it's going to be in tatters.
Yeah, so a hill to climb now for Monroe College. Their bitter rivals STETHS in front of their home crowd, putting on a display that the supporters will be happy about so far. Trying to play an early ball in there, Monroe College. Christopher Gale in the middle of the park. That one hits a wet spot, holds up. Wilson able to bring it under his spell. Ball finds its way back out to Wilson on this right hand side for Monroe College.
And Jordan, we mentioned it before the game that usually in rivalries, these tense games, it's not usually, as we see, a handball in the middle of the park, free kick to Monroe just inside of their half. But usually in these games, it's not down to any sort of fluid play. It's not down to any sort of tactical instruction. Sometimes it's down to who wants it more in these sort of rivalries. And then when you times that by 2 with the conditions that we have here, the underfoot conditions, a lot of rain, a lot of wet spots on the pitch, teams that love to pass the ball around are unable to do so now. Everything is usually decided by these half moments, these half chances. And as we mentioned, both teams, I think if you were to put a hand over the top left of your screen and not realize that it's 2-0, both teams really have cancelled each other out for the most part, but 2 half chances have fallen to STETHS. They've taken advantage of theirs. Monroe's, they really haven't created much. I think that's really the difference between the first 25 minutes of this one. STETHS creating just enough to take the lead. Monroe really doing nothing at all.
Yep, Monroe College will be hoping to start creating some chances, start to put some pressure on STETHS. Of course, with just 25 minutes gone in this contest, still a lot of football left to play. And we've told you about the old adage as it comes to a 2-0 lead in football. They call it the most dangerous lead in football. Monroe College hoping that that particular proverbial statement will be playing in their favor. Of course, a goal now for Monroe within the next 5 to 10 minutes changes things significantly. Offside flag raised though. Yeah, so it's really about trying to create something, trying to create that even a half a chance for Monroe. Get a look in on goal because the conditions aren't the best. Of course, the bounce of the ball and so on. Keepers are not very confident in coming out to claim, as we've seen a couple of times from Jason Williams. So Monroe College really want to start to ask some questions of the STETHS goalkeeper. Here's an attempted ball in behind now. Well read though by the STETHS defense. Will be a throw into Monroe.
Monroe looking to put a couple of passes together, looking to create some tempo, create some chances. Yet to really threaten this STETHS team.
Wilson with the throw in. Gets a bit of a distance on it, but well handled by sensible technical defense. Comes Kaim Lewis now. Harried off it momentarily. The first time it was legal, he won it back. The second time it was not legal. DeMarco Holness has been penalised, and it's a foul in favour, a free kick in favour of STETHS.
Yeah, trying to get on the transition there was STETHS. Monroe captain Holness not allowing that whatsoever. And here's the STETHS captain with a long punt forward.
STETHS now trying to come down this right hand side. Early ball is played in, but a whistle has gone before that attempt to head it goalward.
Confirmation, by the way, that we have seen a change in goal for Monroe. Jason Williams, he was in the bright red before, has been replaced by Shahid Willie. Jason Williams was struggling from early in the contest. Tackles flying in from a Monroe perspective now. Maybe a little bit desperate at this stage.
Dervaj Edward passes out to Wilson. Wilson, the right back, trying to find his teammate Romario Green on the right hand side of attack. It's going to be a Monroe College throw. Throw taken by Rochi. Christopher Gale. Ball played forward down this left hand side, but it's going to be way too much on that pass, and it will be a goal kick to STETHS. So approaching 30 minutes in this contest. St. Elizabeth Technical High School, the home team, lead Monroe College by 2-0. Goals coming in the 12th and 22nd minutes. Justin McPherson breaking the deadlock in minute 12 before Kaim Lewis found the back of the net from a free kick. In minute 22, St. Elizabeth Technical feeling happy about life right now. Monroe College trying to change that. Comes a shot from distance, and it's punched over the bar. That was worth it. We talked about creating chances, putting the keeper under pressure. Wet ball, dodgy conditions, and that's the first time we've seen a shot in anger from Monroe College.
Yeah, Jonoy Stedman certainly had to be fully behind that one. Really strong shot coming in from Edward. And that was almost the magic moment that I was requesting from Monroe that they need to get back into this game. Let's see what they can serve up with this corner.
Manyaka tries to find a teammate, but wasn't a good corner kick in the end. Comes Kaim Lewis. Plays this one out wide early. STETHS on the attack. Monroe have to be careful. The pass in the end allowed Monroe College to get back and to play it into touch. Here's another look at that attempt from Edward for Monroe College, swinging the right boot through it, trying to catch the goalkeeper off guard. And now Justin McPherson, the scorer of the opening goal, is down for St. Elizabeth Technical. So this is actually the two goal scorers for STETHS. You're seeing number 6, Justin McPherson, now with an injury. Number 9, Kaim Lewis, who scored the second goal. Let's take a look at the incident that led to that injury. It's an elbow, inadvertent I think, from Shamario Smith. Caught Justin McPherson in the face. and he's feeling the effects of that. So referee O'Brien Warren having to just keep an eye on this, because a couple of stoppages now in the first half. We had the injury to Monroe College's goalkeeper Jason Williams, who was eventually subbed off, and now another injury here. Justin McPherson caught with an elbow. Quick work done by the medical staff, and referee Warren is ready to get proceedings back on the way. Monroe College to take the free kick. Ball booted upfield. Some sliding challenges flying in. Michael Wilson, the right hand side for Monroe College, looking for a teammate. Eventually picks one out, comes back to Wilson, who's going to try to put this one in the box. Not the best of crosses coming in. Here's another chance for Monroe now to come down this right hand side. And the STETHS defender, Javor Lawrence, alert to the danger. Puts it into touch. It's a Monroe College throw. Lawrence.
STETHS unable to clear their lines there. There was a good opportunity for a transition. Maybe there still is.
Some jostling taking place over there between Perry of STETHS and Monroe College attacking player, but STETHS, a STETHS throw. Lewis with a nice turn.
Leaving the ball behind though, and Monroe can launch an attack now. Not taking advantage of that situation. I think that has pretty much summed up the opening 35 minutes for Monroe. They've looked aggressive, they've looked relatively intense, but quality has been evading them.
Talk about quality. Justin McPherson tried to pick an early ball there, but Monroe College, Keane, cutting it out. Shamarius Smith. Dervaj Edward now. Mid of the park for Monroe College, trying to string a few passes together. Referee Warren just giving a talking to Kaim Lewis, who's doing some defensive duties.
A real all-action play is Lewis. I suspect that's why he's not deployed really as a main number 9 for this St. Elizabeth Technical School. Deployed right off the shoulder of the striker, allowed to roam into the channels.
It's a long free kick taken by Edward. Goalkeeper comes and punches it out. Here's Lewis. Launches that one forward early. And Monroe College's goalkeeper going to be asked to leave his line.
Yeah, Willie seemingly much more assured than the man he substituted, Jason Williams. Looked much more confident in that instance.
Yeah, perhaps staking his own claim for a starting position in goal.
But I think at this point, if Monroe don't turn this around, Monroe might only have one more game left in this season. This is their 5th game in Group E, currently on 4 points. Lewis was trying to find a way through there, but yeah, Monroe currently on 4 points. If they aren't able to get some points on the board, and their last game is against Newells, if things don't turn around and go in their favor, they won't be one of the best Newell, I beg your pardon, Newell High School. But if they aren't able to turn things around and get into the top 4 of this group, they won't be able to go on and play 3 more games, which would then decide the top 3 leaving the group, which would be a huge shock, first of all, seeing that, I mean, they are Monroe College, they are a very prestigious school, a very heavily touted school as well. They made it to the quarterfinals last season.
Here they come again, Monroe College. Opportunity to launch an attack for Christopher Gale. Number 3. Well read though. STETHS back in numbers.
Acrobatic clearance.
Monroe still in possession though. Wilson finds Edward. Gale swinging this one out to the left wing.
I'm wondering if Gale wants to add a couple more threes to his number on the back of his shirt there. He does have a pretty famous name after all. Christopher Gale.
Yeah, of course, West Indies cricketing legend Christopher Gale. Triple century man. Here's Kaim Lewis. Lewis plays this one over the top. That's a good ball. This might spring something for St. Elizabeth Technical as they look for a third. Prince Perry.
Offside. Pretty obvious call, that one. I think STETHS were just trying to wait for some support to come, and in the end, decisions were not made quickly enough. Neil Harrison and Omar Rambo Wedderburn, deep in discussion, deep in thought. They know the job isn't over yet. Both men would have been a part of games like this for quite some time. As I mentioned, Neil Harrison maybe on the other side. But now they're a unified force, and they're taking down Monroe.
Yeah, they call it biting the hand which once fed you. And of course, in this competitive business of sport, guess we can say no loyalties. Another, might have been a clash of heads. McPherson again coming out on the wrong end of a challenge. Remember, he already had an injury.
Yeah, certainly has been in the wars. The goal scorer. Yeah. Tough challenge initially, and then a tough landing as well.
Yeah, so an opportunity here for both teams to, both technical staffs to kind of reiterate their messages to their team. And STETHS, you're seeing an animated Neil Harrison, less so Omar Wedderburn, but despite the fact that they're leading, still don't want to ease up their foot off the gas. Monroe College, with Everdeen Scarlett, of course, wanting to ensure that their team gets the next goal in this game.
Yeah, I think it's contrasting messages for both coaching staffs. For Monroe, it's all about, as I said, getting the next goal in this game, and preferably getting it before the halftime whistle sounds. Giving STETHS something different to think about as they go into the halftime break. So it's about finishing this first half strong, and I think for STETHS, it's the complete opposite. Trying their best to be solid. You see them now operating in this deep block, allowing Monroe to have possession freely in front of them.
Comes Gale, chips it up to Edward. Edward trying to ride the challenge.
really poor challenge coming in.
Yeah, caught, and let's see, I still don't see the referee reaching for his pocket. I think the referee has, by and large, tried to allow them to play. That really looks like a strong challenge coming in. Feeling the effects now is Javor Lawrence.
Yeah, and if I was Omar Wedderburn, I would be very disappointed there, because it's certain that he would have went in, had that team talk not too long ago, and said, okay guys, we're going to batten down the hatches, we're going to make sure that we're not able to concede, as we see Keith Wellington, principal of St. Elizabeth Technical High School, and of course the president of ISA. But yeah, if I'm even Keith Wellington and Omar Wedderburn, I'm saying batten down the hatches, make sure you don't concede. And they were doing a good job, especially since they were temporarily down to 10 men. They were doing a good job of keeping Monroe in front of them, but as soon as Monroe accelerated play a bit and moved through the thirds, they allowed Monroe too much space and eventually had to dive into a rash tackle. And we've already seen what a free kick from distance can cause, the trouble it can cause, especially if you have the technique to allow that ball to bounce right in front of the goalkeeper. Yes, goalkeeper Jason Williams of Monroe seemingly was injured, had to come off right after he conceded that goal, but it still was a difficult one to deal with. Can Monroe give Janoy Stedman the same level of issues?
Yeah, so we said Monroe wanted a look in. Edward takes the free kick, and yeah, well wayward. And Edward will be pretty disappointed with that effort.
Yeah, I think his teammates will be as well. Obviously, it's a free kick from 30 plus yards, so it's going to be a difficult technique to really get on target. But at the same time, you need something. Monroe need a moment to get back in this game. That could have been it.
Just a couple of minutes to be added at the end of this first 45 for stoppages, as we see Monroe College with an attack now. STETHS though with numbers back, able to reclaim through Dante Hyatt. Hyatt tries to play this one forward. STETHS give possession away, then get it back. Kaim Lewis plays an early ball to Justin McPherson. McPherson tries to play it across the face of goal, and it's blocked. And it's good defending from Monroe College, getting the numbers back to avert that danger. Here comes Edward now.
Very good challenge.
Top challenge coming in from Danilo Smith of STETHS, allowing his team to regain possession. Kaim Lewis now playing this one out wide. Jade Lynch trying to hunt it down for STETHS, but Monroe composed at the back, trying to build something now, going forward. Dropping in there to that little space. Manyaka, ball, searching ball out wide for Wilson, but just too much on it. Yeah, Neil Harrison, by far the more animated of the two coaches on the STETHS bench so far.
And now Coach Wedderburn is certainly getting the bug from him. Both coaches barking instructions.
McPherson.
Very good take. It's Lewis again, but this time he's the one doing the fouling. And I think this might be the last bit of action for the first half.
Yeah, a couple of minutes were added, and those 2 minutes have now elapsed. Referee Warren calls an end to the first 45. St. Elizabeth Technical, in front of their home crowd, lead Monroe College by 2-0. This is a rivalry, if ever there was one. STETHS on top after the first 45. We're going to take a break on CVM TV's coverage of ISA Schoolboy Football Action 2025. And when we come back, we'll have first half highlights, stats, and analysis.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Team, we need to pass the ball quicker, much quicker. And you need to make sure. I'm the coach. And I'm the assistant coach. No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
So when I wake up in the morning, I say a word of prayer. Tap, 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 tap. Yo, this is yours truly, the Image, and I'm representing for CVM. See it happen. You hear that? CVM what? See it happen. Listen, keep it locked.
Welcome back to St. Elizabeth Technical High School. The home team STETHS leading Monroe College by 2-0 in this, the second game of CVM TV's ISA Schoolboy Football Doubleheader 2025. It's the ISA Da Costa Cup. St. Elizabeth Technical getting goals from Justin McPherson and Kaim Lewis. Are going to be giving you the highlights of first half action. And here we go. This was the first goal scored by Justin McPherson. I have to say, really a broken play. Monroe College defender, outstretched leg, really deflecting the ball up in the air, and STETHS alert to it, getting that goal. And then Kaim Lewis with a really well placed free kick, and then the acrobatics after in the celebration. And this was a shot by Dervaj Edward from the outside of the box, which was pushed over the bar. Here are the first half statistics. 5 goals, 5 shots on target. 5 shots, 2 on target for St. Elizabeth Technical. The 2 shots on target yielded 2 goals. Monroe College with just 2 shots and 1 on target. Of course, no goals for them. 5 fouls for STETHS, 4 for Monroe College in what was a sometimes physical affair. Did see a few injuries. No cards yet though. Just the 1 corner kick, and St. Elizabeth Technical have the better of possession so far in this contest. So STETHS leading by 2-0, and Janae Robinson is cooking up something exciting for us. Janae, what do you have?
we're back at halftime. It's your sports girlie here, and I'm here with some of the loyal fans of St. Elizabeth Technical. Sir, you were talking to me and you said you've been supporting St. Elizabeth Technical since you were 14 years old. What brings all that love and passion that you have for your school?
One thing I can tell you, I love STETHS. Not in food, I love STETHS. I know again, the best principal me have say in the world is Wellington, and I respect him every thing work for.
Tell me what brings all of that respect about for Mr. Wellington? Well, he has done a lot of work at the school, but separate and apart from that, what brings all the love?
I know his mother. From the mother teaching, I have a sister come to STETHS before me know Mr. Wellington. So I know his mother way back.
Bringing up Mr. Wellington age?
No, his mother, that time mother before me know Mr. Wellington. I know Mr. Wellington when he come at STETHS as IT teacher.
Well, it seems like you know Mr. Wellington for a while, but Omar over here, we've been watching the football and we've seen STETHS score 2 goals in this encounter so far. Do you think that the boys have some more left in the tank?
Yes, yeah, very much more left to score, and we know that STETHS can do it. And we're looking for this game 5-0.
Well, when I look in the comments on YouTube, a lot of the fans are saying that BB Coke and Magatu will make it out of the group. But do you see STETHS going further than out of the group? Do you see them with a chance of winning the Costa Cup title?
Yes, the cheek up is ours. I feel that the cheek up is ours.
So early in the game?
Yeah, because we have given them a surprise. We'll never expect.
Well, guys, you're going to want to mark this clip. But before we go, you guys have some very unique outfits. Tell me, did you create this?
Yes, I created it from 1999 when we win Oliver Shield and Dakar Circle. I wear the gown and then I change it to suit. And I love them. STETHS is my home until I die. And nothing stopped me this year. A D-Cup final, Bell Francis final, and Super Cup final.
Okay, well, he said he's going to be there at the 3 finals, getting 3 cups. And tell me, where does your outfit come from? I said long socks, I said the cut-off khaki.
I used to wear full khaki. Then I go to khaki and white shirt. Then I come to yellow and white shirt. So I'm going to go on now. Because when we clone gun, so I'm replace him.
Oh lordy. Well guys, there's a lot of style, there's a lot of vibes, and there are lots of goals here at St. Elizabeth Technical, so you're going to want to stick around for the second half of this match. It's live on CVM. See it happen.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out, so send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
Trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
We've got you covered
all season long
on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
For them also, immediately within a minute, they got their first goal. Kyle Chen, left-footed effort, free at the back post, and Vauxhall players being free in the box would become a theme of this encounter. That was the first. Then we would see the second. Penalty won by a standout player today, Giovanni Cummings, and dispatched powerfully to give Vauxhall a 2-0 lead. They would keep on going, keep on attacking. They would win a second penalty. Kyle Chen winning. Cummings saved. Javon Wilson, excellent save to deny Vauxhall getting a third, but he couldn't do too much more about the other 5 that went in. Kyle Chen again, his second of the game, his third of the season. Easy finish. And then after that, the floodgates were officially open. Captain Gentles with an excellent attempt, followed in by number 10, Richardo Walker, getting the first of his 2 goals. He wouldn't have to wait too much longer for his second. There it was, 5-0, right on the stroke of halftime. Vauxhall would start the second half just as how they ended the first. Very good goal by Jathorn Jones. And then the pick of the bunch here. Excellent finish coming in from Ingleton. Powerful strike, that one. Spanish Town would test eventually, forcing a very good save out of Coke. But Vauxhall too strong. Excellent pass from Cummings. And then a very nonchalant finish coming in from Stewart. And speaking of nonchalance, Ingleton giving that one away. Unable to make the tackle. And then a consolation goal coming.
Turbulence to future, I'm have to end that CVM. See it happen. We've got the love others are searching for. I'm still loving you, even though you're gone. I could have been one of the most notorious. Keep it royal. Give thanks and praise for life. Thank you very much. Go bang!
Welcome back to St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Second half action now getting ready to get underway between STETHS and Monroe College. STETHS leading this one by 2-0. The goals coming courtesy of Justin McPherson in the 12th minute. And that's the second goal scorer you're looking at. That's Kaim Lewis, their number 9, scoring in minute 22 from a free kick. That's a look at Ewan Scott. This is the man who makes sure everything runs the way it's supposed to run as it relates to ISA competitions. And the refereeing team now, O'Brien Warren, the man in the middle, now leading his 2 assistants back out onto the field. Kelly Powell and Shavar Dennis, the men assisting Warren in this contest. Melvin Reed is the 4th official. Jordan Fort and Leger Williams taking you through this, the second of a doubleheader on CVM TV. If you have to get up from in front of your television set, don't worry, you can watch us on the go. We're on YouTube, CVM TV News on YouTube. You can also find us on cvmtv.com. Just click the little tab on the side, go to live TV, and you will see us on cvmtv.com.
For the second half, with the score STETHS 2, Monroe 0. Enjoy.
So the team talks you'd expect very different from Everdeen Scarlett and Omar Rambo Wedderburn. STETHS leading this one by 2-0, though you don't expect the likes of Wedderburn and his assistant Neil Harrison to be telling his team to step off their team to step off the gas, but you know that there was a lot of talking done by Everdeen Scarlett in terms of trying to get Monroe College back into this contest. As we said, haven't really given STETHS a lot to sweat over, this Monroe College outfit. For their sake, they'll be hoping they'll have a change of fortune in the second half. Ball played down the left-hand side. Well read though.
Yeah, I think if you were to look at the balance of play so far, not saying that STETHS have created a plethora of chances, but you would never be able to guess that Monroe were the team more in need of 3 points. They haven't played with the urgency, the intensity I think required to get 3 points in this game so far, and that pretty much sums up the scoreline at least.
Yeah, and Monroe College, as you mentioned, having played 4 matches, 5 points, 1 win with 2 drawn results. STETHS though, similar results for them, 1 win, 2 drawn results. Both teams really desperately in need of 3 points. BB Coke ascending to the top of the group. The previous game, of course, winning comfortably 6-0 over Sydney Pagon STEM. Sydney Pagon STEM having lost all of their 5 matches, the minus 23 goal difference, effectively out of the competition. Well, out of the competition indeed. BB Coke with 10 points leading the Zone E. Magati 7 points in second in Zone E. Lakovia also have 7 points. They're third in the zone. Here comes a chance for Lewis. Goalkeeper is going to come rushing off his line. Willie, it's a substitute goalkeeper, taking the place of Mario Williams, who started in goal, or Jason Williams it is, sorry, who started in goal for Monroe College. Picked up an injury. Not before 2 goals had flown past him though. Monroe College come away with possession now. Keenan Joseph to DeMarco Holness, to Chandon Rochi.
You can see a lot of players sliding around due to the conditions here. Monroe trying to get some possession going, and that's a lovely pass.
Gonna call a foul here. Yeah, it's a lot of the good things that have happened for Monroe have come from Dervaj Edward, their number 11, who's tried to connect the dots in midfield. That time trying to pick a pass out on the Monroe College left side. Here comes STETHS. Read by the Monroe defense. STETHS win it back though. Going to be a STETHS throw. Kaim Lewis, the man who won the throw.
And I would say he's been the standout player of the game so far. Kaim Lewis. Really done everything in an attacking sense so far for STETHS. Dropping deep, spraying passes. Scored that free kick to make it 2-0.
The ball comes in, headed goalward, but the angle was prohibitive. And Monroe's goalkeeper able to claim. That's a nice turn, Justin McPherson. And he was bearing down on that Monroe College box, 18-yard box, but well cut out. There's an opening now for Monroe College. Lots of space over on this right-hand side. Ball played forward to Mankaya. Silence, pass it back to Edward. He tries to strike one time. Does so, but the shot blocked. Comes back out to Smith.
And that was much more like it from Monroe. They keep up the pressure now.
Yeah, but Vespre on the left-hand side was calling back for it from Smith. I think Smith should have just played it back to the left wing. Oh, here's some danger. The goalkeeper Willie alert to it.
as he has been for most things since coming on.
STETHS down the right hand side now.
Foul going the way of Monroe.
Raheem White from STETHS trying to get on the end of it.
Monroe seemingly finding much more effective ways of building through the thirds in the second half so far. There is a lot of space out there. Neither team seems necessarily compact in their defensive shape. Of course, that could work for and against both teams.
Giving chase, Shamar Stewart of STETHS putting the pressure on and winning a throw for his team. Justin McPherson running over there to take the throw in for STETHS.
He has been a big impact player so far as well, McPherson. Not only with the goal.
There's Lewis, who's also had a goal but tries to get by his defender. Only successful though in committing a foul. So 51 and a half minutes gone in this contest. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 2-0 over Monroe College. They're at St. Elizabeth Technical High School. The age-old derby. Monroe College trying to plot a route back into this contest. Gonna need a goal though. Christopher Gale hustled off it. STETHS an opportunity to come forward again. Kaim Lewis. Gale coming back to challenge for it again. This one taken down nicely on the left hand side by Raheem White. It loses out. Here's Edward for Monroe. Just to launch an early ball forward.
Really scrappy this game has gotten. But assume that plays more into the hands of STETHS rather than Monroe.
Vespre. Spliced away. But Dante Hewitt, I think, taking no chances with that one and blasted that one into touch. Perhaps not the right decision either. He could have really just come away with that one and found himself in space. But a throw in for Monroe College from the far side. McPherson launching this one high into the box. It's a challenge, the goalkeeper has it.
Number 6, Daddy, now see you.
Janoy Stedman, St. Elizabeth Technical goalkeeper. Not a whole lot to do so far in this contest. But when he has had anything to do, not that long range shot from Edward was equal to it, punched it behind, has ensured that his team has not conceded. And we're trying to build something now from the back. DeMarco Holness.
Slipped as he was playing that pass and gives position.
McPherson, early ball forward. That was Shamar Stewart giving chase. It's going to be a long range shot, not sure. Looks like Lewis, not sure what he saw. It is Lewis. A striker always has his eyes on goal. Perhaps just in his periphery. Saw the goalkeeper off his line and trying to catch him out.
Yeah, always ambitious, always going for those long range strikes, and I can't really blame him for that effort.
Monroe College now back in possession here. McPherson with a ball booted high up in the air. Monroe going to play this one all the way back to their substitute goalkeeper, Willie. Decides to go long to the middle of the park. Vespre passing it to Joseph. Joseph back into the center of the field to Gale. Gale back to Holness. boneless. Pick a pass out to the left hand side.
Take him off! Take him off!
Monroe College perhaps not as decisive as they should have been there, but they'll keep possession. Going to see the first substitution being made by STETHS.
Substitution from the STETHS team as RJ Newman is getting in, number 7.
RJ Newman.
And coming out is a number 15, Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart going to be replaced. He put in a workman-like shift, especially at the start of the second half with Stewart.
Newman certainly getting a pretty good introduction there.
Win that boy! Win that! Win that!
Manyaka, that is, from Monroe. Get forward now. Gale comes in with a punching challenge. It's going to come back to Rochi. Allows it to roll into touch. Rochi will take the throw. Vespre. Nice ball around the corner there. I think he was looking for the 1-2 though. But instead that pass was looking for Mario Green. STETHS managing to play it out. So a little bit more urgency from Monroe College.
Yeah, much more purpose in this second half so far, especially the last 5 minutes or so. They've really been attempting to put the ball down and pass it around. Hasn't led to any big time chances, however. Still looking out for one of those from them.
It's ball booted out.
Not for the first time I've seen a STETHS player do that in this second half. Saw Malachi McMaster also just boot one out of touch when they were under pressure a few minutes ago. Difficult to think that that is the best thing to do in that scenario. But hey, maybe it was a miskick.
Michael Wilson will take this throw in for Monroe College. Ball hurled into the box. Monroe not managing to turn that into something that they could profit off, but they're still in possession though. Again, a slightly wayward pass, and they're going to allow STETHS to come away with it. Ball played through, and here's Lewis again, cuts it onto the left boot. Lewis trying to find an opening to take a shot. There's a good recovery in the end from Chandon Rochi, and allows his goalkeeper Willie to take command.
Yeah, fantastic challenge coming in. That's the definition of a last ditch one, because it's seen for all money that Kaim Lewis was going to wheel off on his left foot and get a shot on target. Excellent last ditch tackle coming in.
A collision there. No foul called. Justin McPherson was down. Back to his feet now. And now here comes perhaps a retaliation challenge from McPherson, who's felt the effects of a few challenges himself and put a challenge on Christopher Gale just now, and goes into the referee's book. In the first part of the contest, Gale trying to get away from, I mean, very minimal.
Yeah, rake down his Achilles there. You could actually hear the reaction from Christopher Gale.
Vespre passing this out to Wilson, but offside flag raised.
Monroe doing a good job of getting their most creative players on the ball much more. Seeing much more of Vespre, seeing much more of their number 11 Edward. They're trying to make things happen, but yet to unlock that door needed to challenge Stedman in that STETHS net. He's been pretty much unchallenged so far.
Okay, Stedman just trying to steal a few yards. Referee and his assistants though paying close attention to what's going on. An hour gone in this contest. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 2-0 over arch rivals Monroe College. Here's another substitution being prepared by Monroe College. Wayman Richards is being prepared to take his place in this contest, and he's going to come on in place of Shamario Smith. Another collision between Gale and McPherson. At least the third time now we've seen McPherson down and needing medical attention. Gale has been battling with McPherson all game long as well. Number 3 for Monroe College. You can see him just looking at his side there as well. So
Sept has been taken out, and number 15 Wayne Richards.
Jamario Smith in the meanwhile has been substituted for Monroe. Wayne Richards has come in for him.
yeah, McPherson now writhing in pain and the stretcher has been called on. Let's see if he'll be able to continue.
Monroe, a couple of their players having a meeting.
Let's take a look at this injury again. Justin McPherson himself and Gale challenging for that one. You can see both of them feeling the effects of it afterwards. McPherson coming out worse for wear.
I think that might just be an accumulation of duels. He's certainly been in the wars, McPherson.
The number 10 player is in for the St. Elizabeth Technical team in Dion J. Liquidity Barnett.
I'm not sure if you would have just heard that roar from the St. Elizabeth Technical faithful. But their number 10 is now on, DeAndre Barnett. And he takes the captain's armband immediately. Very, very talented player, left-footed, extremely skillful. I'm not quite sure if he'll get to showcase that on this surface, but has been suffering with injury for most of the season so far. Coaches said that he wasn't quite up to full fitness yet. But 30 minutes or so in this game, let's see what he can do.
Another challenge coming in. I think the player stopped for a short time thinking that whistle would have gone, but no whistle. Here's Edward now. Plays it out to the right hand side, but disappointing in the end from Wayne Richards, a substitute. Comes STETHS. This is Lewis. Ball comes forward now, again to Lewis. Flag had gone for an earlier challenge, however. And St. Elizabeth Technical will be awarded a free kick.
Yeah, dangerous tackles flying in, and that's just a consequence of when the pitch is this slippery. Players feel much more comfortable sliding in. Referee Warren having a talk with his assistant.
Is it actually a Monroe College free kick? Referee reaching for his pocket. And I think DeMarco Holness has just talked himself into a yellow card. Yeah, so it's a STETHS free kick. That's what I thought initially.
Right, so a 65th minute yellow card shown to number 6, DeMarco Holness.
DeAndre Bennett,
Monroe College team.
St. Elizabeth Technical substitute. Barnett, that is, DeAndre Barnett. Standing over this one. You've already seen St. Elizabeth Technical score 1 free kick. Barnett with the left foot serves this one in as a cross. It was a tempting ball in. Infringement spotted though, and Monroe College will breathe a sigh of relief. Chris Gale again attracting some attention from the referee.
Just seems like one of those players always involved.
Monroe College get play back on the way now. Trying to play out from the back, inviting pressure. Very unconvincing. And STETHS win it back.
Yeah, not the conditions to be trying out that.
Here's Barnett now. Thought initially that might have been kept in play by Monroe, but assistant signaling it's a throw into STETHS. Turn from Lewis.
The West. And
they're coming across there to cover. Chandon Rochi.
Petersfield nil. Full-time scoreline.
So Amar Wedderburn just looking on to
full-time.
Ensure his team is carrying out the instructions. Gonna see a long throw now from Prince Perry. Launched into the box. Harried off it. Monroe College come away. Vespre. Edward. So ball was played forward but repelled by STETHS. Come Monroe again. As you heard Leger say, Vesper and Edward have been much more involved in the second half. It was a pass out to the left-hand side, and giving chase was Keenan Joseph. But a good tackle coming in. It's Joseph now on it. Joseph to Edward. Edward tries a shot from distance. Monroe College mounting an attack. There's a tug of the shirt on Kaim Lewis as STETHS comes the other way, and Lewis still in the battle. Eventually Monroe get the ball clear, and I think the STETHS bench is appealing to referee Warren to say, hey, what about that tug of the shirt? But no foul called. It's a throw in favor of STETHS. Barnett to Perry. Perry loses out. STETHS still in possession. Monroe win it back now. Trying to go early, but there's always a temptation to try to do that, but perhaps better options would have opened up. They held on to it just a touch longer. It's another substitute now, Newman. Newman looking for a cross. Doesn't get enough height on it. Foul called as a challenge came in over the back of Vespre. Monroe now with a free kick. 70 minutes gone. St. Elizabeth Technical, 2-0. Comes an attack from Monroe College. This is going to be a corner kick in their favor. And with just about 20 minutes to go, plus any time added for stoppages, Monroe College will really want to make use of any opportunities now going forward. Get a goal here changes the entire complexion of this contest for the final 20 minutes or so, Leger.
Yeah, most definitely. It certainly would pile the pressure onto STETHS and put the wind behind the sails of Monroe. Can it happen now?
Out-swinging corner. Met by a Monroe head, not on target, and an acrobatic attempt to try to get it back on goal. Deflected. Goes out for another Monroe corner.
And how poetic that would have been. Monroe's captain today, DeMarco Holness, trying to recapture the magic of Daniel Bowen, a former Monroe captain that scored a overhead kick here at STETHS a couple of seasons ago.
So Monroe lining up another corner kick, this time from the opposite side. In-swinging corner this time, and beats everyone and goes out for a goal kick.
Not good enough. Needed a better delivery there.
Monroe College through Vespre. Vespre plays it forward, but STETHS winning it back. It's going to be a foul on Keenan Joseph. Comes Barnett as STETHS took it early. Barnett trying to line one up. You could see his eyes light up for a second there as he saw an opening, but thought better of it. Played it out to the other substitute, RJ Newman, who lost control, but STETHS back with it. Ball played forward. Giving chase now is White. White plays the ball over, but no STETHS player in the area code. And goalkeeper Willie allowed to just come and claim easily.
So much space in the midfield in this game. A sign of a tired set of players for sure.
There's Vespre now. Asking for teammates, he's dropping deeper and deeper. Tried to build the play up is Vespre. Ensuring he gets on the ball, trying to be the architect of anything going forward for this Monroe College team. Here's Gale. Playing it out wide to that right hand side. They managed to keep that ball in play.
Still holding on to some momentum. Momentum is Monroe.
Looks like we're going to have a double substitution. At least two players coming on for Monroe College. Jassim Celestine and Sean Fraser
All right, so number 14 is off from Mario Green. And number 9 is in.
Mario Green being subbed out.
Is on for the Monroe team. And number 7 is off as a
Silence Manyaka.
And 17 is in as a Jassim Celestine.
Makes way for Celestine.
And, number 20 is getting in.
Triple substitution, in fact.
Saman. And number 5 is off. That's a Chandan Roach.
Gian Salmon has also been subbed in.
Very attacking change, especially that last one.
Yeah, because he's coming in for Chandan Roach as centre back. Centre forward replacing a centre back.
Yes, so Monroe now is the time. They have 14 minutes really to save their season. They need a result here at the minimum.
Free kick given in favour of Monroe College.
That should be pretty easy for Stedman again. Monroe really haven't tested him. Their best effort towards Stedman came from 30 plus yards. I think that pretty much sums up their attacking threat today, Monroe. But they still have time. 13 minutes plus stoppages.
Yeah, you're not going to get it done with passes like that one. And STETHS happily come forward now. Barnett has been looking for opportunities to get himself on the ball. RJ Newman tries to play Barnett back in. The confirmation of the substitution. Fraser in for Green. No chances taken. By Prince Perry. Celestine, the substitute. Won't be able to track this one down, but we'll see his team win a throw. Dante Hewitt, the man making the clearance for STETHS. Ball played in, but Tane. So as you said, lots of spaces now opening up in the middle of the park. It's tired legs showing on both these teams. Both teams have made substitutions. They try to freshen things up from the bench, but again, not the same level of real sprightly movement and passes that we saw in the opening half and in the first stages of this second half. So look at that particular incident.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be very difficult for under 19 players to play at this intensity this early into the season under these conditions as well. Always going to be a very difficult game. All of the factors around it, not only that it's a derby, but also the importance that it has in the structure of Group E, Zone E in the DaCosta Cup. Both teams coming into it psychologically knowing that they can put their one another in very, very difficult positions, especially STETHS. And I'm sure they would love nothing more than to be the architects of the demise of Monroe in this competition. And they're certainly aiding in that process now. Monroe at current sit 5th in the group. A reminder that in this group, where there are 7 teams, each team will face each other once. Initially, the top 4 will then go on to face each other one more time. And then after, the top 3 from that top 4 will advance to the second round in the DaCosta Cup. Currently, or at least before the games, STETHS were in 5th. They've now leapfrogged Monroe. Monroe now currently sit in 5th in the group, in a precarious place, not only to not make that top 4 for the next set of games, but be eliminated from the DaCosta Cup entirely. And for such a proud school, that would be devastating for them. They essentially have 9 minutes to save their season. 2025 would make 63 years since Monroe last won a schoolboy football title in under 19 form, when they won the DaCosta Cup in 1962. Last season we thought that it was progress because for the first time in 17 years they made the quarterfinals. So to regress in such a drastic manner and fall especially at the home and at the hands of your greatest rivals in the DaCosta Cup, it really would be shambolic.
Still time though for Monroe College. Got to get one quickly though if they are to turn this match on its head. Well taken. Skips past the defender, plays it out to Fraser, the substitute. Fraser cuts it back, plays it across the face of goal. Comes out to Gale. Gale is gonna strike. Lost his footing as he struck that one high and wide, out of play. And a couple of players now collapsing to the surface. Gale has really been a big physical presence for this Monroe team, and he's been involved in a number of collisions. Just as he's about to plant to take that strike, I think planted that left leg and then lost his footing. Now feeling the effects of that, and then a teammate feeling the effects of cramps. So the physically intense nature of this contest coming to bear on this Monroe College unit. And I think, as you said, Leger, it would be shambolic if they were to bow out at the hands, essentially at the hands of their biggest rivals in STETHS. STETHS would be celebrating non-stop if they were to be the ones who dumped Monroe out of the competition. But also a lot to think about for the Monroe College team, because you just wonder about the direction that they had been planning to go, having come over into this season with Kemar Ricketts at the helm, and then all of a sudden deciding to replace Ricketts
one game in
and bring in a high-powered technical staff, really. Talk about the likes of Rudolph Speed leading the charge now, and Everdeen Scarlett on the bench. In terms of the technicals for Monroe College, as we see a substitution for STETHS. Coming in, Wayne Brown. Yeah, so what's the direction now? Is it now that, it's not a lot that Speed and Scarlett and their staff can do with a season already having started. So, if this scoreline stays the same, it's more about trying to go forward in the other competitions and then really trying to build for next season. It was Jade Lynchman who was replaced for Monroe College.
Yeah, but I just think that the pressure that surrounds Monroe as an institution for any sport, especially football, especially a competition which they so dominated at the outset when it was formed. Of course, Monroe were won the first 3 editions of the DaCosta Cup, 1950, 1951, 1952. And then to go on such a long drought
Yeah, far fewer teams though.
Yeah.
Playing back then.
But considering the investment that we both know that Monroe put in their sports programs, if you were to ever take a visit to the school of Monroe and you see the basketball court, even the futsal court that they have installed, they are a very proud school, so this will sting. But seeing that, as you mentioned, they did sack their coach a game into the season, it's clear that they're prepared to begin a rebuild. But again, still time. It doesn't have to be that way. We've seen crazier things.
Precious little though, Leger. Precious little. As this corner kick comes in, here's a chance for Monroe to score. Monroe! Oh, the ball still cannot find the back of the net, and now it goes wide. That was a glorious opportunity for Monroe College to get a goal back. STETHS counting their lucky stars, and the game remains 2-0 in favor of STETHS.
Yes, Stedman thanking his defenders because those were some glorious opportunities for Monroe to get back into this game. The initial one would have fallen to Christopher Gale. His snapshot, and then so much chaos in that box. Eventually, Monroe just couldn't find anything over the line. STETHS survived, and I think that pretty much sums up this pretty much sums up what has happened.
It was Vespre with a ball across the face of goal. No Monroe College player able to get on the end of it. Stedman coming to claim yet again for STETHS. And holding the back of his head, referee Warren minded to just signal to the bench to get some immediate medical attention. Of course, all referees trained specifically to look out for head injuries. We're going to look back now at that chance for Monroe College, which came from the corner kick, Leger.
Yes, so much chaos immediately. Here's a shot from Gale, good block, and then the inside of the post saving STETHS there, and then just a poor follow-up shot. But look at the STETHS bodies immediately rushing back onto that line, putting their bodies on the line. And that's really the attitude of a defense that want to go far in this competition. And as much as STETHS have struggled a bit this season, coming into this game, 2 draws and a win, must be said, STETHS have yet to concede a goal in this competition. They've beaten Lacovia by 4-0. They've drawn 0-0 with Newell High School and BB Coke. And 88.5 minutes into this battle with Monroe, they're yet to concede either.
Crucial 3 points this would be for St. Elizabeth Technical and their hopes of advancing. And a crucial 3 points lost, or an opportunity lost for 3 points for rivals Monroe College. It should be quite a few minutes added for stoppages.
Kaim Lewis, possibly the man of the match for STETHS, although hasn't had too much of an impact in the second, but made his impact felt in the first. That's another ball played across. He's made his way off. Subbed on centre back Malik Wellington. So just shoring things up. STETHS.
It was Vespre now. Vespre with the ball played out wide.
That's a tough challenge coming in.
Yeah, Prince Perry.
And of course Malik Wellington, who would have come on for Kaim Lewis, the son of the principal of STETHS and the president of ISA, Keith Wellington. So if there's anyone who embodies a tough nature and wants to win in this game, it's definitely Malik Wellington, or else I'm sure you'll hear a lot about it in the evening. But here comes STETHS again.
Ray J. Newman for STETHS plays this one out wide. Flag stays down. DeAndre Barnett, the substitute, trying to take the ball by his man. Foul though on that occasion by a man, DeMarco Holness, who's acquitted himself fairly well in this contest. Barnett still trying to find a spark for his team. 4 minutes added for stoppages. I thought it could have been more as well. Here's Barnett. And the ball headed out of play by Joseph. STETHS will have a corner kick. Wayne Brown, the substitute, number 22, is going to take this corner kick. Referee urging him to hurry it up. Of course, STETHS with the incentive to waste some seconds off the clock. Not a great corner kick, but a defensive touch taking it out of bounds, and another STETHS corner kick. Those fans waiting to erupt at the sound of the final whistle. Brown again will line one up. This one with more flight beneath it. Keeper comes out. Again, it's a defensive touch. And it's back out of play. It's another STETHS corner. 3 in a row now for STETHS. And they don't want to waste as much time as possible. This one again, an in-swinging corner. But goalkeeper Willie comes to take. And then just as he's about to try to launch it forward, blocked. And the referee will brandish a card now to the STETHS number 4, Malachi McMaster.
I'll say that was an unnecessary one, but I'm sure he won't mind.
Yeah, so just a little over a minute now to go before the 4 minutes, the minimum 4 minutes that the referee has added for stoppages will elapse. And the St. Elizabeth Technical hanging on to their 2-goal advantage, hanging on to their clean sheet. What will Monroe College do from this particular build-up? Ball comes across to Salmon. Salmon though can't keep it in play. Wins a throw-in for Monroe College. Monroe, Vespre down the left-hand side, being harassed. Still in possession though. Vespre goes by one, taken down by the second. Free kick to Monroe.
He really has put in a very solid effort in the second half, in particular. Vespre.
Yeah, that's, I'd say, a well-deserved yellow card. That was Prince Perry, who has gone in the book for Monroe College. Vespre still down. And this Monroe medical staff, which has been quite busy, coming on to render some assistance. The good old magic spray. Confirmation there of the yellow card to Prince Perry. It was a crunching challenge indeed. Vespre had already gone by one defender. The assertive, aggressive Perry trying to come out to close any possible gaps that he could have created with a strong challenge, and I'd say rightfully punished by referee Warren with a yellow card. So the 4 minutes have gone now, the minimum number of minutes for added time. We're into the 6th minute. You see DeAndre Barnett there, number 10, subbed in for St. Elizabeth Technical.
As nonchalant as possible.
Edward will line one up for Monroe College. Gets it across the box. Ball played up in the air. Final seconds now of this contest. Edward launches it back into the middle. Plenty of numbers back for STETHS though. Referee Warren just checking his watch. Monroe launch it back in. Easily taken by Janoy Stedman. Gonna blast this one upfield. And the referee is gonna call time on this contest. And the St. Elizabeth Technical walk away 2-0 winners over arch rivals Monroe College. Much to the delight of their fans here at STETHS. A valuable 3 points for the home team. Despair for Monroe College, who came in and tried to mount a credible challenge, but it is STETHS who walk away the happier of the two teams. We're going to take a break on our coverage of ISA SBF 2025. We're coming back with some highlights, full-time stats, and the match analysis.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out, so send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
Trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class. We've got you covered
all season long
on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Team, we need to pass the ball quicker, much quicker. And you need to make sure I'm the coach. And I'm the assistant coach. No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
Where it all begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these four boys dream of playing in the ISA schoolboy football competitions.
Will you score this for Casey? Will you score? It's a shot, it's a goal!
And it's a shot, and it's a goal! And Casey has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivia Shield.
Yeah, back with ISA schoolboy football. It's the Da Costa Cup. It's Zone E. It's the St. Elizabeth Derby. STETHS defeating Monroe by 2-0 in what was a very, very intense matchup. And here's how the cookie crumbled in this contest. It wasn't a game that was full of chances, I'll say that much. But when the chances fell, it was STETHS who were the clinical team. It was STETHS who brought it home. And first up, it was Justin McPherson, the most alive to the situation. And then it was the talisman, Kaheem Lewis, tucking that free kick home. The new kid on the block, the new man on the block, I'll say the new star on the block instead. I said there weren't many chances. This was a big time last ditch tackle coming in from Chandan Roche. And then there were a couple of half chances for Monroe. They really couldn't create much. But as soon as this scrimmage didn't go in, I think we all knew that STETHS were going to end up winning this one without conceding. Not many shots in this one, 17 overall, 8 for STETHS, 9 for Monroe. Both teams with 3 on target, but STETHS obviously the more clinical of the two. 21 fouls all in all, 3 yellow cards, no reds. And Monroe shading possession, but it wasn't enough. They couldn't do enough to get the win in this one. They needed it, but it's STETHS who get all 3 points and keep marching in the DaCosta Cup. And I have to say that after watching those highlights and you're watching STETHS, you know who the top striker of the match is. You know the man with the most influence, and it has to go to Kaheem Lewis. He was instrumental in this game. Not only the goal, but the chances he created, dropping deep, switching the ball around, making passes. And of course, I said not only the goal, but we can't not speak about the goal, because it hurts if you don't check Bert's. It hurts also if you give Kaheem Lewis a free kick around this area. What a strike it was. And that's a strike that essentially confirmed that St. Elizabeth Technical were going to win this game. They went up 2-0, and I think from this point onwards, you knew that it was going to be a Kaheem Lewis masterclass. That's the top striker. It's sponsored by Bert's Auto Parts. And he was fantastic today, Kaheem Lewis. Janae, of course, is still with us. And of course, she always has some surprises. And the coaches as well. Janae, talk to us.
I mean, I took over this team, less than 2 weeks, and where they're coming from to where they're at now, I'm pretty much pleased of what I'm seeing. And it's a pretty young team. Most of the guys, they have 2 years, so it's work in progress. And like I said, they met my expectation. Most definitely. At least they try to play football. I mean, they put down the ball on the ground and they try to move it despite the conditions. I think today, they did give a good account to themselves. Like I said, anybody would be disappointed that they didn't get 3 points. But again, kudos to the STETHS team. Them on top.
Points today, and as you could see, we come out business like because we could wrap it up in the first 45. So we have that belief, so we come and play to our belief today.
very active. Leading the entire school, coaches and the boys and
I can't tell you the secret. We not say God, you not say nothing. That's the secret. So we have the heart, we have the passion, we have the soul, and we have the energy when we need it to really go along. Well, when I really put this game in perspective, you can say the first 45 was a bit different. We think we come out a bit scrappy in the second 45, but guess what? Some game only need 45 minutes to win. Well, as I could see, everybody have their part to play. I think Kaim did what we asked him to do today, and it make it even easier for us in the second half. Dig up on yourself every time.
Yeah, that's it for the Costa Cup action today. Disappointment for Monroe, jubilation for St. Elizabeth Technical, and of course for BB Coke earlier, who won their game by 6-0. But the big St. Elizabeth derby, STETHS defeating Monroe by 2-0. And that's it for the Costa Cup today. Of course, we'll have action from the Manning Cup on Tuesday. Stay tuned to CVM to see all of the information about that. And of course, stay tuned to CVM to see all of schoolboy football action for the rest of the season.
Indeed, Calabar taking on Woolmers and Excelsior battling St. George's College from Stadium East on Tuesday, our next matchups. On behalf of Leger Williams and Philip Riley, the entire hard-working production team, I'm Jordan Fort saying bye-bye for now.
CVM Sports Issa Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your craving, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the crave. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.